Welcome to Race Control in the Volvo Ocean Race headquarters in Alicante, Spain. I'm Jenny Telek here with Mark Cavell, and we're here to see the fleet into the pit stop in The Hague. Currently, Mark, we've got Team Alvimedica leading, and it seems like they've extended over the last couple hours.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. There was one stage where they were a little bit slow. We were worried that the top team the top pack were going to come down and join them, but they've managed to extend. So now the northern pack will come in and fit in behind them. So good news for Alvimedica.
It was definitely tricky the last couple hours. Alvimedica basically kept the northwesterlies, while the rest of the fleet, as you can see here, have had to jibe going downwind. And unfortunately, the southern group got into really light air, only about 4 or 5 knots of breeze. So struggling for them just to get around. And it meant that Alvi got ahead from the south. And then the 3 boats on the top, you can see the red line is Dongfeng race team, white line is MAPFRE, yellow is Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing. We're able to it looks like, we'll be able to squeak in front of the southern pack. That's the second half of the southern pack.
Now Alvimedica has done an amazing job there to get ahead. They really did make that gain early on today. I mean, it's been amazing when you look back at the TSS in the English Channel there. That is actually only about 30 miles wide. And for much of that section, there were completely different conditions, completely different directions, completely different wind strengths. So it really was, not just 2 packs decided to go different ways. They invested in completely different wind
You
conditions.
can see even now the boat speeds we were just seeing with Alvimedica doing 15 knots and Dongfeng only about 20 miles behind doing 6 knots. They're still in very different conditions. Alvimedica in the good solid northwesterly, basically able to reach into the finish line. Dongfeng 20 miles behind, but 6 knots and had struggles between the 2 TSS zones, as you said. They had breeze go from very west to sort of suddenly east and then back to west again, so
That's right.
Fighting breezes.
And top left of your picture there, just off the end of the TSS off your left of the picture there, at one stage those teams were in less than 3 knots, literally with current against, and all the time the fleet below were doing 8-9 knots towards the mark. So they've really done well for the breeze to pick up and get down across that fleet led by Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing.
And as you said, the current has been a massive issue for this leg. Almost the first time that we've so repeatedly talked about current being a huge factor for the teams.
When you're in the ocean, obviously there are currents. We talked about the Agulhas currents, and there's warm currents and Gulf streams, but they don't. They almost affect the whole of the pack, and so the whole of the pack is in it or not. Now you've got a situation where if you go the other side of a rock or a small island, you might have 4 or 5 knots more current than someone who's gone the other way. And the current is changing in different places. Sometimes it changes closer nearer the land. It runs faster in the channel. So, again, you've got fleets. The fleet has been split over deep water and shallow. So this is why, we've been seeing these splits, and there's been some great video from the OBRs showing, how crazy the current has been around. I know that Salty referenced a huge rock with a lighthouse on it that looked like it was motoring upwind at 8 knots because it had a bow wave on it.
Massive bow wave. And we saw Team SCA essentially get pushed back 3 times as they were trying to circle. We've now got a race control phone call going
it's all
off.
going to start, the action's going to start really picking up now as the boats start coming in. The race control, their duties are to start logging boats as they get nearer, and obviously getting all the stats as they cross the line.
We know it's hard as well to see quite how far the boats are away from the finish line because we are now showing the distance to the finish in Gothenburg. This is a pit stop in The Hague. But we have CEO Knut Frosted on the line. I believe he's out on the water. Knut, are you with us?
I'm with you. I'm just leaving the entrance of the port of Scheveningen outside The Hague. And I can tell you there's some serious waves at the entrance here, at least a meter and a half of waves, breaking waves actually at the entrance.
Wow.
So pretty spectacular, and a lot of boats. I mean, there's a lot of boats out on the water, but it's pretty dark. It's overcast, but a lot of boats have made their way out to meet the leading boat, which we are happy to see. It's Alvimedica. Great to see the guys there coming strong.
It's going to be incredible as well, Knut. I mean, if Alvimedica actually is able to keep this keep this win into Gothenburg. It'll be the final team, aside from Vestas Wind, to win a leg in this Volvo Ocean Race. How does that make you feel about the One Design concept?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing. It's who would believe that, you know? So yeah, no, it's unbelievable. Of all the 7 boats, the six boats then have a chance to win a leg. And obviously, Vestas has only done a few legs, so they haven't had the same chance. But even every boat have been on the podium. It's also fantastic.
And how much wind do they have right now? We're seeing Alvimedica is doing about 17 knots, so it looks like it's pretty solid breeze.
I can tell you right here outside the Hague, it's actually very good wind. The whole day today, it's been around 15 to 20 knots of wind. We've had kite surfers, wind surfers, a lot of action on the beach here. Really, really windy actually. So it's been a bit frustrating to see the guys further south struggling in very, very light wind today. But right outside the Scheveningen and the Hague, we have really, really good wind right now. I mean, it's windy. With an open boat there, I can tell you it's really, really windy. So exciting conditions, big waves, breaking waves. We had wave surfers on the beach today. So wow, cool.
So Knut, Mark Cavell here. Hi, looking forward to the race finishes. Knut, can you why is it that Holland is so passionate about this race? Can you contribute?
That's a good question. Well, I think the Dutch have a very, very long sailing and seafaring history. You know, there's always been a lot of good sailors from Holland if you go back many, many years. And we almost died with the boat there, big waves. And obviously in this race in particular, the Netherlands has a fantastic history. You know, like Connie van Rieschoten, one of the biggest heroes in offshore sailing, you know, won this race and was maybe one of the first professional skippers to really sort of build the purpose-built boat. And ever since then, there's been many Dutch entries in the race, many Dutch sailors. And they're a seafaring nation. They have a long coastline. Pretty rough coastline as well. I mean, it's pretty rough conditions outside Holland, and they really care. It's a global country. You kind of get the feeling when you hear that this used to be one of the superpowers of the world who traveled around or sailed around rather and conquered the world, and they have that global perspective of going around the world. They love sailing, so it's a good combination.
Knut, do you think there's a lot of often orange is a big color for the Netherlands and for Holland. Is there a lot of orange that you're seeing out on the spectator boats, considering Alvimedica is the team leading now?
Well, I can tell you that it's so dark, Jenny, that I can only see nav lights. It's really pitch black dark out here because it's completely overcast. So the only light we have is really the light from the city. So looking out at the sea, it's as dark as in a cave. I mean, it's like completely dark. So
No moon at all.
It's the first finish we've had, I think, where it's so dark as this. So we're going to position ourselves with a cameraman here outside the finish line. So we'll try to get the city in the background. So I just have to move because I get hosed by some waves there. Some really big waves. So we're going to position ourselves. I almost fell backwards in the boat there. It's pretty big waves. So we're going to be outside the finish line because then you can try at least to see the boat because no, it's dark and big waves there.
We're actually
big waves on the finish line.
We're actually seeing on board Team Alvimedica now. I don't think we have audio quite yet, but we can see they are going into a maneuver, perhaps jibing. Emil, can you hear us? What are you doing right now?
Yeah, Jenny, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we've got you loud and clear now.
We're dropping into a peel here. It's pretty nice sailing. We've got nice breeze, some downwind conditions that we haven't seen in a while, some good waves. Doing 18 knots right at the finish line right now, which is about 7 miles away. And as you can see, the guys grinding here. Nick's up on the bow with a headlight. It's, as Knut said, it's pretty dark. Not a lot of ambient light, even though we're close to the shore. So certainly some challenging conditions to finish.
Is it no moon at all, or just cloud cover blocking?
It's pretty cloudy. I'm sure there's a moon up there somewhere. We just can't really see it. But it's been a really nice. Stand by, Jenny, 1 second. Just trying to stay out of the way.
No problem.
Plenty going on.
We're seeing the face of Mark Tal here for the audience. In the pit, it looks like, doing something. Unclear as to what right now. How much did you guys feel like you were rolling the dice choosing the...
Sorry, go ahead, Jenny.
How much did you feel like you were rolling the dice choosing the southerly option? Did you know it would pay off this well?
Not much. It was obviously they spent a lot of time in the nav station before making that call, and I think everybody would agree it was an educated decision. It was amazing. We spent the last couple of legs in AIS contact with just about everybody, and that helps to make those sort of calls a little easier. But this time around, we're kind of flying solo, and our greatest concern was that we choose differently than the other guys. I think we were confident enough in the southerly option all along. We knew the northerly route would provide some early dividends and maybe shut off a little later. But I think everybody was confident we'd find this breeze here on the exit, and obviously that's what's given us a bit of a boost coming out of there. I think we were just a little nervous when we found out that there was a pack that had gone north, and obviously a split, it opens up a lot of risk. Fortunately, playing out exactly like we had hoped it would, and we're looking pretty good right now.
Hey Emery, it's Mark Cavell here.
Hey Mark.
How's it going? All good by the looks of it. So obviously you led, into the point where of no return as you committed to go down the southern side of the TSS. At what stage did you really feel that, when you realised that the other boats had gone the other way and you had a split pack situation? Were you nervous at all? I guess what I'm saying is, at what point did you feel nervous, or were you confident all the way through?
We were confident all the way through. I'd say maybe the 5 minutes before the skid is the only point of any nerves. You make a call, and as you said, it's not like we could have done anything afterwards. We were pretty committed at that point. And they made the decision based on the weather information they had, and they worked hard before the leg to look at what the current would be doing. The current is pretty incredible this part of the world, and they did about as much homework before we ever left Lorient as they could, and it was certainly a decision they put a lot of faith into. And then of course the afterthought is what everyone else is doing, and you can't know that possibly until the skid, and I think that's probably the first point at which anybody really started to get a little nervous. But you make a decision with conviction and stand by it, and that's what they've done.
What about at the first tidal gate, Amory, when we had the first split of this leg, essentially with Team SCA going through and you guys going around? At that point, I think you were 5th in the fleet, so it might have been a time to think you could gamble and go 3, but you stayed with the pack even though in 5th. Can you talk us through that decision?
Yeah, that was, I don't think, when SCA tacked off, I don't think it was necessarily a conscious decision on their part. It looked like that was just kind of what panned out for them. They had a slightly different weather cloud or whatever it might have been, and they couldn't get down to us. And I don't think we wanted to go that way anyways. The second option, however, I think Will was really confident that the current, staying in a little closer to the shoreline would be a lot better, and that whole day, I think it began with the start early. Worked really hard to pass boats with solid boat speed, and then really just worked the coastline, and that was something again that we talked about in all of our weather briefings before we left. Was just when possible in an adverse current, take it back in to the shore, and that was from the very beginning the game plan, and obviously found ourselves in a bit of a current cone there, and were able to consistently sail at a knot or two faster than the guys further to the west offshore, and one by one just sort of reeled them in and set us up pretty well for the corner there at Brest, and then just relied on good boat speed and clean boat handling from there. So it's been a very good leg, I think, in general, kind of all around, with the weather team before we left, and then execution out here in the nav station, and then of course the way the guys are sailing the boat. It's we talk a lot about putting it all together, and I think that's exactly what we've tried to do, and everyone's really content with the performance. You know, it's been an all-around good performance. Nothing exceptional, nothing crazy or barren, but just a very clean leg so far.
Emery, can you just duck out of the wind just a little bit? I know that we're getting a little bit of disturbance on the wind. That's better. I've got two questions for you here.
Sure.
The same question, but both for you and the crew. How has this change of pace up the coast here, this coastal racing, how has it changed the sleep pattern and the intensity on the crew? Are you still making sure that you're getting the crew some sleep, or is it just drive harder and harder?
I've been making a lot of coffees, Mark. There's no question. The patterns have been a little different. But we knew it was going to be a tough leg, and everyone spent the last couple of days in Lorient resting. And it is what it is, and you get used to whatever the circumstance requires. And, you know, I think everyone else has been pretty content just catnapping here and there and doing what you can when you can in the bunk. But you know, Charlie and Will have really focused on diligence, and they communicate often about when the next weather, you know, information is coming in, and whether if one of them feels tired, whether they can grab an hour or two. And there's really no amount of sleep too small, and they've been very, you know, very on top of it. So yes, it's different, but it has been the last, you know, month or two, and everyone's pretty used to kind of the constant intensity and a little bit of a push here at the ends.
And the same question to you as far as running your media. I know that we've been getting some great images off all the boats, and particularly yours. So have you ended up you know, filming all hours?
Yeah, but that's why we're out here. You know, I love
Good
it.
question. Good answer.
It's not easy, and people ask a lot of you, and this job is a challenging, obviously a challenging way to make a living, but it's rewarding because of it. And I'll sleep in The Hague, or even better in Gothenburg, but not a lot of daylight up there, so maybe I'll just wait until July. Who knows?
Fair enough. Good answer, Emil. Well, thanks so much. We're losing the audio a bit at the end, so we'll let you go now. We'll check back in with them after they cross the line in The Hague. And interesting answers. All expected that they haven't gotten a lot of sleep, but it's so close to the end. It's the actual final sprint coming up here. You can see now the distance between where they are and the finish line just off The Hague. There was an option to have them finish in the river, but they've gone with this option that's just offshore, about 1 kilometer off of the shoreline. And as Knut said, plenty of boats and plenty of waves getting out of that river, so it was the right call.
Because of those waves, the race committee decided, you know, with the direction of the wind, they decided to move the finish out to beyond the break and things, to just, you know, also preserve all the spectators that come out as well.
Well, and to preserve the boats a bit, this pit stop is an interesting concept. It is just a 24, well, it'll be like more like 36 hours. They restart at noon on Saturday. The way it works is Alvimedica, if they do finish here in the lead, they'll then restart at 12, and then the teams behind them will restart with the exact amount of time that they cross the finish line here. So it's a resale, basically. But they're not allowed to have their shore crew step on the boats. They're not allowed to do any tools or any fixes aside from what's on the boat. So it's a little bit like, well, the boat's at the dock. It's just a pit stop, like they've said, which is totally different than any of the other stopovers.
That's right, and I know that most of the boatyard crew and a lot of the shore crew have just flown straight to Gothenburg. They're not even stopping in The Hague.
They can't, yeah.
Because there's not a lot they can do.
There's nothing they can do.
So
the only person allowed to take stuff off is the onboard reporter. Essentially, he can take his files off and his laptop and things that he needs, and
that's
then
right.
put them
They can
back
take
on.
their clothes off, and the clothes go back on, as in their bag. You know, everything they take off has got to go back on. So.
But how much do you think a 36-hour? I mean, it's essentially probably one night in a real bed, Friday night, tomorrow night. How much does that recharge them?
I would say very little, because in fact, when you step on a boat, you know, your first night you're actually quite, you know, there's a lot to do. You're getting used to. You know, the whole system, the watch system,
You're seeing your
nights.
friends and fans like this.
And you know, it does take you. You've got to actually get quite tired in order to get some good sleep in your bunk, because there's noise and there's crashing waves and things. But eventually, you reach a level of tiredness, and you get in sync with the boat, and you start getting some good night's sleep. So it is that 2 or 3 days it takes you to get into it. But 2 or 3 days, they're now landing and back in land, and they'll be offered a good night's sleep in a bed, which is kind of not what they want.
Yeah, not really.
They'll because immediately they've got to get back into that other situation and get up to Gothenburg. So obviously they'll be really, really pleased to be showing the boats off to this crowd, particularly. And it's really useful to, for another engagement with the sponsors, which is, in Northern Europe, which is fantastic.
Well, it's really nice. It is really nice to see the crowds there, especially this late at night. We also had amazing crowds when the fleet was leaving Lorient. We have a highlights package here of the start in Lorient. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Lorient for the final leg of this year's Volvo Ocean Race. 4 teams can still climb as high as second in the overall series. Great conditions out on the water, sunny weather and perfect winds set to begin this leg all the way to Sweden. Becking will be keen to perform well on the water today. MAPFRE, Alvimedica and Dongfeng all hoping to upset the Dutch sailor.
15, 14, 13, 12, 35. Counting 10 now, yes. 10, 9, nothing.
Alvimedica and Team SCA over the line at the committee boat end, but MAPFRE getting a great start down at the pin. And a long way back to the line for the American boat Alvimedica, not the way to start this leg. Brunell, MAPFRE and Vestas playing the left-hand side of the speed. Great conditions on this downwind run. The boat's fully powered up with the A-Crease. Team Brunell safely round the bottom, still holding on to the lead. And a duck for Team Brunell as they try and get the lead back from the Spanish boat MAPFRE. Team Vestas trying to manoeuvre their boat to the windward side of the Spanish team, but Ike Martinez not letting them through. Team Brunell lead the fleet once more down to the bottom. Team Brunell leading the fleet out through the leaving gate and on their way to Kibon. A fantastic jump off the back of Dongfeng for the Vendée Globe winner, Francois Gabard. Team Brunel still in the lead, but Dongfeng Race Team chasing them hard. The boats now on their way to The Hague and on to Sweden.
It was a beautiful start.
It was.
Some amazing jumps from the jumpers. We now have Knut back on the line. Knut, have you gotten to Team Alvimedica?
Absolutely. I'm about one boat length away of them. And it's a spectacular sight. I mean, it's pitch black dark. We just have the lights from the city, and there's lots and lots of sailboats and powerboats out there. It's unbelievable. The Dutch are crazy. They're even out with the sails up when they're sailing, and it's blowing, 15, 20 knots somewhere. And big waves. Pretty chilly, I must say, but lots of boats out there in the waves. So very cool. And they're smoking towards the finish line. It's really going fast.
Exactly. We're seeing 17 knots, I think, now for Alvimedica. They had just peeled into a smaller sail, I think, when we were talking with Amo earlier. Amazing. Can you see the finish line as well, Knut?
I don't know if you can get the camera, but we have the camera on them. I hope you can get the signal.
No. I think, unfortunately, we're not seeing it at this point, so it might be a little bit too rough for the camera signal to be able to get there, but hopefully it'll come to us soon.
Yeah.
We saw on board Alvimedica just how dark it was, as you were saying, though. Almost pitch black. Amory looked ghostly white.
And how far did the finish line, Knut? You have him? Okay, now they got the light. Try to hold it and not lean it on the boat. Yeah, no, how far to the finish line? You know, I would say it's like 15, 20 minutes.
Ah, okay, perfect.
With this speed. It's there's so many lights, you know, because you have the city in the background, and you have all the boats out here with red and green lights, and then we have the marks, which have some red and white and green lights. So, yeah, it's a good Christmas tree out here.
Spectator
like,
boats, lights, red, white, and green.
Chinatown, you know.
Well, hopefully the finish line will come into view for them and not be obscured by all the spectator boats.
No, exactly. So we have moved the finish line, as you heard, outside the port, because obviously these big waves, middle of the night, that's too risky. But they're going to have a pretty rough finish anyway, because it's bigger waves here, closer to the land. You know, it's really shallow along the Dutch coast. You know, that's why it's famous for big surf conditions. So it gets the waves actually build now with this wind direction. It builds closer to the beach. So we'll have some nice surfs on the way to the finish line here.
Knut, because we're finishing them here, on Saturday when we restart the fleet, will they have to restart from there as well, or is there a possibility they'll restart up the river?
Well, they're going to restart inside the port. I mean, it's easier when you restart. First of all, it's going to be daylight. The restart for Alvimedica is going to be at 12 o'clock local time. So 12:00 will be the time in Alvimedica crosses the start line on Saturday. And then, obviously, it's daylight, so it's quite easy. We know the forecast is at least not more wind. It's rather less wind than what it is now. So they should be fine getting out of the port. And it's only if we have really rough conditions, so it's almost difficult to get out, that we will move them out at the start line further out. But and also they will start. At least these guys are going to start alone because they have a massive lead. So this is one of the biggest leads we have seen in a long time. It's the shortest leg ever.
Exactly. It's funny. It is the shortest leg, the coastal leg, and then there is the biggest lead between first and second, essentially, that we've seen. Do you think this lead means that they'll be able to hold the lead into Gothenburg?
Well, obviously, I mean, they have a dream scenario here. I mean, this is, we will look into the weather forecast. The weather models is showing quite light winds in the beginning of the stretch from the Hague to Gothenburg. And then could be a scenario that you sail first into the stronger breeze, and if you do that, they're going to stretch and they're going to have a fantastic position. But it's a little too early to say, and things can change. As we saw this leg going up here, we had this light wind patch that almost, killed the guys on the northern side on the English coast. And they looked very flash for a while, and then they completely parked or stopped. So that can happen again. Early to predict, but obviously it's a dream scenario to start. And these guys are going to be an hour in front of the next boat.
Exactly. If you could be told that's how a starting line would work, you'd be stoked. We're seeing beautiful shots now from your rib, and we can see quite how dark it is when your light goes away, and all we're just seeing is little tiny bits of white reflective, but it looks like a gorgeous sail towards the finish line for them.
I can see Will Ox there, navigator, is standing behind the helmsman. It's our Italian helmsman on Alvimedica who's driving the boat again. He seems to be driving at a lot of critical moments, Alberto.
He drives it like a Ferrari.
Yeah, he drives it like a Ferrari. He's been, like a Volvo, not a Ferrari. He drives it like a Volvo. He's pushing the boat hard, and I can see Will is looking very hard, because now they're going to cross the finish line between two marks with flashing lights, and they obviously have to make sure they find these marks. Going on the wrong side of them would be a disaster, because you have to turn around and go back and find them. But Will is known to do his preparations very seriously. He has his wireless screen on his lap here, and he's holding the rail with one hand. Looks like he's in good control here.
So Knut, he'll have that pinged in on the GPS, which is quite accurate itself, but ultimately it's still a visual thing that he's going to be looking for, and with all those boats in the background, that doesn't make it easy.
No, absolutely not. And also, sometimes these marks can move. Marks like this on the way into a port like Scheveningen outside the Hague will not move without being noticed. So the Coast Guard will have let us know if the marks have moved. But you can't completely rely on the GPS on the finish line like this. You have to also see the marks. But I have been to check the marks before I went to meet them, and they all have limestone according to what they should have, and so they're very visible. And there's a lot of boats obviously on each side of the mark there now, so they should be pretty easy to spot. But as I said before, you have the whole city in the back, you have all the spectator boats, so in between this, you can get lost sometimes. All the guys are sitting on the rail here. I can see Seb. Yeah, we have Nick Dana there, and Mark Will.
It's like they can finally settle down after the last sail change. We actually have the second place team on the line right now. So we're going to speak with Jan. I think we'll stay on these images of Alvimedica. But Jan Ryu, are you hearing us here in race control? It's Jenny, Mark Cavell, and Knut Frosted. Possibly not hearing Jan. Jan, it's Jenny from Race Control. Can you hear us? We can hear him very softly, unfortunately. Can you guys just speak up a little bit, or maybe cover the mic? It's just wind noise, I think, that we're hearing from Dongfeng.
Here we go.
We're seeing on board your boat now. We've seen very, very dark, but we can see on board Dongfeng. If you can hear us, tell us how much wind you have currently. All right, well, looking on board Dongfeng, it looks like they don't have nearly as much breeze as Alvimedica. They're not quite as heeled as Alvimedica was.
I'm just checking the speeds. I mean, Alvimedica are doing 16, 17 knots, and Dongfeng are back on the sort of more 10 knot. So they're certainly not making the same pace. But
Feels like this.
That's right.
Like
they
that,
will be coming into that condition that Alvimedica is in, and we should explain that all day that the back of the pack has been suffering from a lighter conditions coming into the back. And the reason that these boats at the head have done so well is because they're avoiding that light air patch, which is kind of eating up the back of the pack.
Wow, we're seeing the waves that you were talking about earlier, huge waves on the bow of Alvimedica, hence the guys hiking all the way in the stern here. That's just beautiful. I mean, you almost can't even see the water at all until the white water crashes over the bow. Amazing. So it must just be building in front of them, as you've said, for the guys behind. They all struggled through light air. Alvimedica as well, early this morning, while the north still had the old westerly, and then this period of fighting breezes, land breeze, offshore breeze.
We were worried at one stage that the back of the pack may be caught in this, engulfed by the lighter air, and finishing a lot later, which would have had a massive impact on the next leg up to Gothenburg, or the next stint of this leg. So they've done well to escape.
It almost looks like we could see the.
I think they're pretty close to the finishing line there.
I'm seeing a white light there on the bow. Are you seeing the finish line from where you are?
Yes, they are crossing the finish line in one boat length. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there we have Alvimedica.
Alvimedica across.
Won the first half of leg 9 in Volvo Ocean Race 2014-15. And they're not really confident yet, so they keep on racing. Yoo-hoo! Woo!
Can they hear you, Knut? There we go. Now the boy's getting off the rail. Just a little extra hike. It's like waiting for the celebration dance on a soccer field, football field, I guess you guys would say.
That is
Excellent.
very cool.
Team Alvimedica across the line. First, as you've said, on the first half of this leg 9, it's got to be a huge relief for these guys.
Huge relief.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. They're just grinding in the cold zero here.
It's impressive because they've had
Be
two.
careful so we don't get too close.
They've had two import wins, but they have yet to be able to actually solidify it all together. They said putting the pieces of the puzzle together, that's what it felt like. Each leg they were working on a different part of their game, and then now it's sort of all just come together. They had the boat speed and the navigation and the ability to do close boat-on-boat tactics to actually be able to see where we are now. Quite a good, solid lead.
Knut, this reminds me of how Charlie felt going round Cape Horn, leading the pack round Cape Horn on the Southern Ocean leg. And he was so pleased to get round Cape Horn leading the pack, but he said that there was no points for it, so he didn't really mind. But there's no points in here, but this is really, really setting them up nicely to claim those points in Gothenburg if they can pull it off.
Absolutely, and also the difference between rounding Cape Horn and then be a little bit further away. And actually what they're doing here is that, it's only a few hundred miles left to the finish in Gothenburg. So if you have the lead that they have here now, I mean, they have a bigger lead now than they had in Cape Horn. Having raced from New Zealand, it's quite extraordinary. But these short legs could be playing some big tricks to the fleet here, and they would be very, very, very happy with the lead they have here right now. I mean, that's anyone would be, and that's Christmas. That's Santa Claus for you.
I guess what I'm saying is this team has had so many real successes, and it hasn't necessarily shown in the points. And to look where they've come from, admittedly going into leg one, still a little bit unprepared, still not knowing their full speed figures. Just look at how far this team has come.
Absolutely, and I think one thing that I must say I really love is the fact that these are, this is the young guys. This is really, a lot of them have a lot more Volvo Ocean races in them, and I hope all the enthusiastic sponsors out there look at these guys and think, wow, this is our team for the next race, These guys are getting better and better, and if they end up now on the top at the end, what a better way to start thinking about the next race. And I know that both Charlie and Mark already are talking about the next race and working hard on getting on the start line. So
immensely, cool. I think, very much so. Let's talk for a second about the scores and the scoreboard. We heard from Charlie earlier, and he was doing some math. Essentially, if the whole Southern pack had won against the Northern pack, things would have looked really strong for Alvimedica. They might have even been fighting for second on the overall scoreboard. But a lot of things had to come into play, and it didn't quite work out that way with Northerly pack now getting in between the two. They sort of stay sitting in fifth. Do you think that for just that 10 hours where they thought maybe would be fighting for second on the leaderboard, that'll now be a disappointment to be still fifth after that? Not that anything would have changed, but it just would have felt a lot more like they could be fifth.
They're going to attack. Well, sorry, we just maneuvering.
Knut, you're doing a really good job of making sure that you don't infringe on these guys and keep away. So we'll just cover things from here. We were just talking about sort of the overall points and how things are going to possibly pay out.
Actually, we might hold off on talking about that. We have Charlie on the phone right now, so we won't talk about scores in front of you, Charlie. But huge congratulations on hello. Massive congratulations on such a huge lead and crossing the line in the Hague here in front. How does it feel on board for you guys?
It feels good. Certainly, it always feels good going into the locker room at halftime ahead, but that's all it really is. It's kind of like Cape Horn, no points, but still a great accomplishment,
We were just having that exact conversation. Huge accomplishments from your team, and yet you've said...
just...
Go ahead.
Just so you guys know, I'm in the pit here, which is like there's a lot going on. We're trying to get sales out of this guy, so it's just audio for a few minutes.
That's fine, no problem. We'd love to see your beautiful face, but we're okay to hear your voice right now.
But anyway, so
staring at your guys while they're working. We were just saying it is actually really tough for your team. It's got to be mentally because you are Actually, your eyes look a little bit tired, Charlie. Maybe keep them slightly further from the camera. It must be tough mentally for you guys to actually have these...
I wanted to hide,
to have these wins when they don't quite count. But as you've said, this is a good way of putting it, that you're going into the locker room ahead at halftime. If you were to compare it to, okay, let's go American football for you, how many points ahead would you think this lead is with your restart in Gothenburg?
We really have no idea, actually. We don't know where the second place boat is. We heard a tanker or something calling Brunell on VHF about 3 hours ago, and that was kind of the last we had. We saw that those guys had very little wind at the last skid. Only 6 miles distance to finish, but it looked like there was a pretty big VFG component to that. So Exactly where they are, we have no idea. If you want to tell us, that'd be great. Maybe I can answer the question. But we'll wait for them to finish and kind of see what it looks like from there. Not that there's anything we can do about it, but
first I might ask you to duck down just a little bit so we can hear you better, and so we can also see your face. Right now we're seeing your chest essentially. Secondarily, I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk to you. I know you've just finished, so probably we could say whatever we want to say, but I might hold back on how the fleet's going. What do you think, Mark? I have Mark Cavell with me.
Hi, Charlie. Well, I can say that you're well done and congratulations for getting out in front of the fleet because you've certainly, the rich has got richer as you've stayed in that condition. The back of the fleet, had chances of them being engulfed by lighter winds, and you've certainly seen that as you've stretched away. So there's quite a fight going back in the cheap seats, I can tell you that.
Quite a fight behind them, but they've pulled out essentially. How nerve-wracking was it for you?
Yeah, well, the scores are what they are.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me. It sounds like there's a little bit of a delay, but basically, it was nice to kind of get, 3 boats that we were fighting with to separate and maybe get some points in between, but it doesn't look like it's really going to shake that way. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to wait around with you guys and see how it all finishes up. Sounds like there's a fight, so it's nice to be watching it and be over the line.
I think, Charlie, you can pat your whole crew on the back and say, well done for this effort because, what you've got is you've got a great lead going into the next section, the second half and of this leg. And, I think it's going to, you can't help, looking at the finishes and how close they've been in much longer legs. This is great to have such a lead going out of the Hague here.
So you've gotten a bit of an answer there. It is a good lead, apparently. How nerve-wracking was it, though, when you were in the southern part of the English Channel earlier today and you knew that the north was going well, at least initially?
Well, obviously it was kind of the decision of the leg, what side of that thing you wanted to go on. And, we were kind of split initially and, we kind of beat around the, all the options. And we basically decided that the north would be an early winner, but and, we weren't surprised to see them jump ahead when they did. But,
I think we just lost Charlie, unfortunately.
That's a shame. I was about to give him some information.
Give him some numbers.
It just goes to show you how, your position relative to the tide cycle is a big deal.
Tell us about the period of time when you went from 5th into 1st, essentially on day 1. That was a huge move for you guys, or a huge series of moves. How did you accomplish it, and what were the variables that you felt like you were strongest at that allowed you to do that?
Well, we didn't get off to the greatest start, but, I don't think anyone really thought that much of that. We were able to sneak by SCA with some boat speed and got around Vestas with some nice boat handling and some nice helming by Albi kind of coming around those marks in La Trinité, and then able to attack underneath Abu Dhabi and Dongfeng and kind of cut the corner on them on a nice shift and basically jump Brunell and MAPFRE to a nice jibe peel, and that's kind of what kicked the whole thing off. We were able to get into the changing current inshore, and like you said, the rich got richer for a while until the next cycle. So that set us up pretty well. That was probably the biggest move.
Well, Charlie, I can give you some good news that you could turn around and tell your crew right now. Now that you've finished and crossed the line, you have got you've made yourself a lead of 26 miles. So feel good about that.
We won't tell him he's in 2nd. How about that?
Oh, cool.
We'll let you know that there are ways behind you.
That's a marathon.
Well, it certainly is in this race.
But that is exactly a marathon, 26 miles. Cool. I don't think nautical miles and real miles are the same, though.
Yeah.
Give the guys a shout now. See what they think.
Actually, a valid point, yeah. Tell your team while we're on the line.
I will.
He's gone to tell Will.
Hey, the second place boat, I don't know who it is, but they're 26 miles back. Yeah, they said we got to put all the sails away.
I was like,
working
they're
hard.
looking a little bit busy. Yeah, whatever, it's halftime, we're not done yet. That's what it seems like. All right, Charlie, thank you so much for your time. Huge congratulations to your team for getting this lead. As you've said, halftime, well done, you're leading. He does seem to have his head fully
Well,
screwed
no,
on and in
they've
the
got
right
a lot
place
to do
here.
there, and it sounds like there's a lot of boats around them, and Knut's already said that the conditions are quite gnarly. So, you know, they're not in until they're tied up and safe along the dock. You know, they need to be on full alert.
Okay, well now on the dock, we have the managing director of Team Alvimedica, Bill Erklins. He must be quite proud of his team, but we'll throw down to Joe and Bill.
Hey Jan, yes, I am here in the pit stop in The Hague, and I'm joined with Bill. Bill, this has been pretty much a textbook, apart from the start, a textbook leg for them, and one of the biggest leads that we've seen in the leg coming in over the timeline. You must be incredibly proud of the guys.
Very proud. They had a plan, they stuck to the plan, stayed focused, stayed close, and when the decisions had to be made, they made good decisions.
So was it always the plan to go north, to go north on the exclusion zone?
Initially, yes, but they had to reassess on the approach, and fortunately, they made the right call.
So the guys, as we've discussed time and time again, have been improving leg by leg, but they really did. When they left the dock in Lorient, they just had that glint in the eye, the same glint that they had at the beginning of the import race. Do you think that they're just on a mission to really prove themselves in this final leg?
Yeah, they're running out of time to show the world what they can do, and I think they're starting to shine.
So do you think that this is what they're setting up? They're obviously setting up for potentially the next edition of the Volvo Ocean Race. Do you think that we're going to see these guys back, Charlie and Mark, back in the next edition?
I think you'll see these guys around for a few editions.
And are you going to be part of it?
I'll be there. In spirit and hopefully in body.
Okay, so when they come here onto the dock, how do you think that we're going to find them? I mean, they've just had a live X on there. Do you think that they're going to be very celebratory? It's kind of weird, isn't it, psychologically, coming in for a timeline rather than a full finish?
We're here to congratulate them, but remind them they're not finished yet.
Yeah, exactly. They're not quite finished yet. Still over 400 nautical miles to Gothenburg. Back over to you, Jen. We're going to be welcoming Alvimedica onto the dock very soon.
Well, thanks so much, Joe. And he was seeming even more relaxed about it than Charlie.
Well,
very
I would
much
say
not
that's
done.
exactly the role of a CEO. You know, talking to a team that's come in with 26 miles ahead of the next. Keep your feet on the ground. Remind them they haven't kind of stopped racing. Stay focused. You know, this stopover is going to be a huge distraction, and but they're still racing.
Well, our team actually still racing at this exact moment, 26 miles behind. We have skipper on Dongfeng race team, Charles Cadralier. Charles, can you hear us this time?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. The first question last time was how much wind do you have there? And how far are you guys from the finish line? What's your estimated time that you think you'll be arriving?
I can give you the information if you tell me where the other boat. I don't know. We are 20 miles. We are going 30 knots right now. I think we are going to accelerate. And so I hope in 2 hours this first part will be finished.
Charles, let's talk about the split around the English Channel. You are a lot of Frenchmen on board a Chinese team, but you chose to go up the British coast. Why, and do you still think that it paid off for you in the Northern Group?
We were a bit controlling MAPFRE, and we were thinking that the south option was quite good if you were, but it was also dangerous because if you were not ahead, it was dangerous. But honestly, we just were fighting with the MAPFRE, and it was faster to go on the north at the beginning, so we went to the north. But I hope we will never have another leg in the next Volvo like that. Playing with exclusion zone because it's a bit boring, and it's like you don't know what's going to happen, so that's not really funny to race. A lot of stress.
nerve-wracking then. Do you think, you're basically saying you were covering MAPFRE and you guys were going north. Do you think Brunell went to the north as well because the two of you were there and you're all very close on the points table?
Yes, for sure. Brunel was looking at us. Yes. But at the beginning, we thought everybody was going north, and suddenly people changed their mind. Yeah.
Okay, another question. We spoke
we
with...
were really looking to control. Yeah.
Go ahead. You were looking to control MAPFRE?
No. To control also the fleet, and to stay, the idea was to go all together in the same path. And we thought that Alvimedica, we didn't see Alvimedica where he was, we just see him at the last moment. So we thought that most of the boat except SCA Vestas was with us, and suddenly Abu Dhabi changed his mind, and it was too late for us. So yeah, it was not an easy choice. And
how tired are you guys? We spoke with Eric Perron just earlier this afternoon, and he actually sounded exhausted. It must be, we've been talking about it, it's a short leg, but it must be quite tiring, and knowing that you still have 2 more days at least.
Say again?
I was saying, how tired are you guys on board? And I only asked that because when we spoke with Eric Perron earlier, he just sounded really exhausted, like he maybe hadn't slept in days. Have you gotten much sleep at all?
For sure, it's not the same kind of leg than before. It remembers the Figaro race where you don't sleep during 3 days. I think this is the race, the leg we sleep less. And so we are a bit exhausted because we didn't sleep. We are really in a Figaro race mode, and but it's good to remember the old time for us. We all come from the Figaro race, and
it's a perfect way of looking at it.
So, Charles, hi, it's Mark here. The weather information that you've been receiving, and obviously you're working quite a macro climate. How accurate have the grid files been now that you've been sailing along the coast where everything can change?
Very bad for sure. As usual, the European model is quite good, but looking at the European model, I think Alvimedica was going the south course very fast because it was really ahead of the light spot. And the rest of the fleet has been catch by the light spot this afternoon, and that's why we have been so slow compared to him. So that was the danger of the south road. If you are not fast enough, you can be. So I don't know where is the other guy, but I think they are behind us. I'm not sure. But the European model was not so bad, but the problem is that the routing is a bit lost with all the exclusion zone, and it's quite complicated to find, especially in the North Road like we did, it's quite complicated to find by where to go between all this exclusion zone. So it was not an easy choice.
You had a very, very tight fight with MAPFRE until just a couple of hours ago. What happened at the end that made you able to get away from them? I mean, essentially it looked like just until the very end of that first long exclusion zone, you were within half a mile to a mile of MAPFRE the whole time. What happened after that?
I think there was a transition of wind, and to be ahead was an advantage, like it was for Alvimedica. So we gained, but we are doing the same course. We have been just a bit lucky, to be honest, and but it was important to be ahead for sure. On both options, the guy who was ahead has an advantage, and for Alvimedica it's a huge advantage. But for us, it's a small one, but we take it.
So, Charles, at the end of that long exclusion zone that took you through the Dover Straits, when you left the end of that, we were expecting, as we watched you on the tracker, to actually start to dive south. But you actually held your course north until MAPFRE had passed that corner. Were you expecting maybe that they would go round the north side of that exclusion zone? Why did you hold high?
No, to be honest, I think both of us wanted to go in the north because we thought the wind will be stronger in the north, and suddenly we had a big header, and we had to take it, and we have no choice. from outside, but I think he was going also north, and Brunell also at the beginning. So, but the thing changed, and the wind from the south come earlier than the weather forecast. So we had to pass south, but during a few hours, I think both of us didn't know where we were going.
Fair enough. Okay, well, thank you so much, Charles. We will speak to you again once you're closer to the finish line, and good luck out there. That was a good answer. We thought the breeze would be stronger in the north.
Yeah, and it sounds like a lot of their tactics have been dictated by covering options and making, almost, waiting to see what the boat behind is doing before they would make their decision. So
well, it's lucky for them because the boat behind is MAPFRE, the boat just 2 points behind them on the leaderboard, so that's the team they need to cover.
And there's no mystery why that boat is there. They've covered them all the way through.
And Brunell as well. We also saw it was, as he just explained, it was a huge wind shift just between those two TSS zones. So it was an interesting time to get that big shift. You can see here on the tracker what Mark was referring to was where Dongfeng and MAPFRE were aiming directly east after that first TSS zone before finally diving south. And the breeze, I think, shifted 100 degrees in that time frame. So a massive decision to then make to just go south. But it seems like a lot easier compared to taking that tiny little gap in between the two TSS zones later.
Yeah, that would have been pretty crazy trying to get through that gap. I mean, there was, easily enough space to get through, but that would have been an interesting route around the top there. And the wind was, literally opposite directions, only 30 miles away. And that's what you get when, you have breeze around two coasts. Obviously there's a transition there, but no, it was really, really interesting to see through that. And I've been on watch most of the day, and just watching it closely playing out was really fascinating.
It's funny.
It was really difficult even for us with all the information and the all the information that we got back here in race control to actually see which pack was actually going to play out.
Very much coastal conditions, because in offshore racing, when they're that close, essentially, you never get huge differences in the fleet like what we've seen
It's not
today.
about the forecast, it's about the nowcast.
Yeah, exactly.
Look out the window.
And the nowcast for Alvimedica right now as they de-rig is still quite wavy, even with the sails down. It's a little bit of an adventure for Nick Dana up the mast there.
He loves it.
Well, he probably loves it more when they're racing than this whole get the sails down, de-rig before you get to the dock.
And I must admit, I'm on Nick's side, because he's running a beard for a while, which go team beard.
He hasn't had one for a lot of the race, but shaving at sea isn't quite as easy as what you would expect.
He made a really interesting point on a video earlier on that they sent just before they had committed to going the side they did. In fact, just after so they were fully committed, and Volvo Ocean Race helicopter came to take some pictures of them, and they wanted to see. They could see the cliffs of Dover on the English coast, and they wanted to see which direction the helicopter took off. To give them an idea of where the next, where it flew, what direction they flew and left them, to see if they could get a clue of where the fleet was.
If they flew north exactly, they'd be even with the fleet. If they flew behind them, slightly to the west, then they'd be ahead. And if they flew slightly to the east, and he was like, it didn't even go close to the fleet, unfortunately. So, quite funny.
So it just shows these teams in between their 6-hour skeds how, without AIS. How blind they are to where these other boats are. And with so many things happening so quickly, the wind shutting off, tidal gates changing, they know that things can change very, very quickly around them.
The interesting thing was before the split at the English Channel, the fleet was all within like 10 miles of each other. I think it was 3 miles from Alvimedica to the guys behind, and then the rest were all quite close. And then Vestas and SCA a little bit further back. But that 3 miles that Alvimedica had as a lead has stretched to, as we just said, 26 miles. And they don't even really know, because they've seen a position report a couple hours ago, the 6 p.m., but not.
Certainly up that, that North Brittany coast. We're watching the tracker all the time, and I'm monitoring it, for when I write the watch reports and things. And people were coming in and looking at, one boat springing ahead and going, oh, they're really launched. But in reality, they were only 4 miles from start to finish. So you're right. The pack was really, really close.
Yeah, we're so used to looking at it on a much larger scale in the ocean,
Scale,
and
yeah.
you zoom in thinking, oh, the English Channel, that's a large scale, but no. Even at its narrowest, the Dover Straits or the Calais Straits, the strait between Dover and Calais is 20 miles, right?
20 miles, yeah.
Yeah.
There's quite a few people that swim it every year.
Yeah, exactly. They swim it right at that distance.
Yeah.
Shortest part. I think this might be the waviest we've actually seen a boat have to take their sails down.
They got the engine on. That'll stabilise things a bit as they head in. So yeah.
It's like it's time to get seasick now when the boat's sort of not going the way it should go because it's not heeled, because it doesn't have sails up. The engine's running, so you're sniffing diesel, and all you want to do is get to the dock with everything fully, properly put away.
Well, they look like they're in good shape.
Can't actually even see. We only see Alberto in the back and then one other body in the pit and Nick Dana up the rig. Here we go, an official crossing time for Team Alvimedica, 23:34:01 UTC. And I think that was exactly 2 days, 8 hours, 34 minutes. So really into the sprint portion here of the Volvo Ocean Race.
But really the time and stat that they really will be looking for is the delta that they get to start ahead of the next boat on Saturday.
What do you think if that delta is 2 hours, do you think that is almost an unassailable lead going into Gothenburg?
Like, Knut was saying, it's all about what the weather is for this next leg, this next section of this leg. And if they are going out into a building breeze and they get to the building breeze first, they will push away.
Yeah.
Equally, if they push out and the breeze drops, then the others will start behind and they will just come up and they will lose that lead. So it really is, and I know that Gonzalez and Fante has been running some numbers and to make sure that we know when the fleet's going to get in. And all I've heard from him at this stage is that it's going to be fairly light. So there's plenty of jeopardy still in that leg. But I'll take a lead. Like Alvimedica's got it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll know more about the exact weather on Saturday, but you're happy to go in with a lead. Period. We have a great video here. We've got try sailing activities at every stopover, which basically is allowing people to go out and try sailing. Team Alvimedica was involved in quite a special one last stopover.
Charlie, you're the youngest skipper in the race. Tell us how it feels.
I loved little Charlie there. Charlie, how are you doing? I actually loved all of them in their massively oversized Volvo Ocean Race jackets.
No, that's one of my favourite videos. Really,
From the
and
race.
it sums up. And I think seeing so many younger sailors in this edition of the race, not just the under 30s, but even more younger sailors on board.
Teams that have had four on board.
I think this race, you look back and see this has been a race for the young guns, and we've just seen the so-called young guns come in doing
quite well.
Yeah.
We have Knut still on the night. Knut, we're talking about the tri-sailing, and we've just seen a video of Alvimedica when they took a young group of kids out sailing in the last stopover. Can you tell us a bit more about that at every stopover?
Well, tri-sailing is something we have in relation to the academy. As we speak, Alvimedica is just sailing through the entrance, by the way, into the port. And it's lots of people standing there. It's fantastic. Lots of people. We had a concert here, 15,000 people we had in the concert just ending an hour and a half ago. But no, tri-sailing is something we have in every stopover. Here in The Hague, we actually have extended it, and the local stopovers have, on their own initiative, we have windsurfing, we have kite surfing, we have wave surfing, we have skimboarding. You can try almost anything on the water with wind and water, and I think it's a great thing that a lot of people don't have the opportunity to go sailing. I mean, it's not that easy. You need a boat, you need to go to a sailing club. So if you don't really know how to do it, this is a fantastic way to give people a chance. So we're giving as many people as possible a chance to learn how to sail. Last Volvo Ocean Race, we had around 10,000 children who had a chance to sail for the first time in their life, and I'm hoping we can continue to do that as much as possible. And I think the Alvimedica guys have been excellent in that. They've taken kids on board in America and Newport when we were there, and done it in other stopovers too.
No, it's just amazing.
Knut, the real statistic will be with when we get a crew member on a future race that came through the tri-sailing project, which will happen.
Absolutely.
Which will happen.
Absolutely. You know, we have a young girl in Spain who came to the tri-sailing in 2008 when we had to start there, and she tried sailing for her first time. And 2 years ago, she was in top 3 in the Junior European Championship. And she started sailing in the stopover in the Volvo Ocean Race 2 races before. So very cool. I mean, she just got the inspiration from the race and tried it and went back and found a sailing club very close to Alicante and started training. And Sergio, who's running our academy today, the whole tri-sailing and academy project we have, he was her coach, and took her under his wing. So,
That's cool. That's great. So that was a
it's
Spanish
great.
girl involved. We actually now have the Spanish team on the line. We have MAPFRE, I think Andre Fonseca we're speaking with, and MAPFRE is now about, well, I won't say how far they are from the finish line because we're on the line with them. Andre, can you hear us?
Hello? It's
Hello.
Xavi here.
It's Xabi. Sorry, I was told it was someone else. Xabi, how are you? And the questions we've asked the other teams. How much wind do you have? How far are you from the finish line?
Well, just wake up from the watch and coming on deck, so not very sure how far we are exactly, but getting close. We have 40 knots right now and start moving very well. We've been very slow till now, but now we start moving good with A3, and hopefully we'll get there soon.
Well, at least you've gotten some sleep then. Apologies for waking you up to take this call. Tell us a little bit about your fight with Dongfeng earlier along the northern shore of the English Channel.
Well, it's been all day fighting since yesterday, or since the start, I would say. Not this night. Last night we were fighting with the spinnaker as well, and the whole day in the English Channel, in the English coast, we were very close, and just at the end of the day, when we were rounding the TSS zone, they just took a little advantage, and then from there it's been stretching, and now they are a little bit in front, and it's very hard to catch them.
Okay, and then the second decision, the big thing about this leg has been the north-south split. You guys pretty much from early on looked like you were aimed north always. Is that true? Had you considered the south? Well, obviously you considered it, but had you nailed that you were going north from early on? Oh no. The key question, and we've lost him. Poor guy, I just woke up. That was funny. And I'm like, what is the eye on his head? Oh, it's his flashlight. But when you can't see the band, all you see is just the black Frankenstein of his eye. Quite funny.
I'm glad that he's getting some good night's sleep, and he was that far out of it
He's
before
like,
when he came back up.
I'm awake now. Yeah.
We might be able to get them back. Just to explain, Emasat do an amazing job for us, and we get incredible connections. But every now and again, a very large carbon mast goes through the beam, and we lose connection, or the carbon sails. Carbon and satellite beams don't really mix, so It's sometimes just the angle of the boat that's why we lose the connection. So I'm sure we'll keep trying and get them back online.
Yeah. And we can see now Alvimedica looks like they've actually just docked the boat. Oh no, still moving, still moving. They're kind of heeled at the level that MAPFRE was heeled, so MAPFRE, not a lot of wind for them yet, about the same amount that Alvimedica has. It sounds like we might have MAPFRE back on the line. We'll try again. Xavi, I had just asked you about whether you were full on with the northern option. Oh no, okay. Still not a good connection with them. Apologies, you guys. We'll go back to Alvimedica. And here we're seeing Mark Towell, who Knut was talking about earlier. Mark Towell and Charlie Enright having formed this team together after having learned offshore sailing almost in 2007, so almost 10 years ago now. They attended Brown University together. Mark's the general manager of the team, and Charlie the skipper, and it's clearly a good partnership.
And it's been, obviously you've known them for a very long time, and it's been, this dream has been slowly coming together. And I'm sure Mark is a very quiet, cool, measured character, and but you can see how he's built slowly, brought the people he wants in, made some very, very wise decisions along. Like for example, getting Will Oxley as navigator. It's a really positive, great team. They've come through some difficult times on this campaign, but they've had some amazing shining time. Leading round Cape Horn, how good is that?
Yeah, I think that might always be the moment they think back to in this race. It was definitely, Charlie had said, it's the moment he would dream about in the Volvo Ocean Race, that he would dream about rounding Cape Horn, and he said, and I never dreamed that we would be first rounding Cape Horn. So it was kind of a funny scenario that they actually ended up leading there. All right, we're going to try one more time to speak with Xavi. We at least can see you moving now, so hopefully you can hear us. The question was, and we'll leave it with this one question, about the north. Did you guys know for sure that you were picking from there, or was it a defensive maneuver with Dongfeng and Brunell?
Well, don't hear you very well, but just, we were fighting with Dongfeng and Brunel, and Jean-Luc was pretty happy to go in the north of the TSS, so that's why we positioned ourselves there, and then we lost some boats in the IS, so we didn't really know where Abu Dhabi, SCA were going, so we ended up going to the north. We saw Alvimedica going south, but as I say, Jean-Luc was happy to go in the north, look into the future, and I think it's been okay. We've been looking very good the whole day, and now we will see the next position report where we are.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I think we'll talk to you as you guys get closer to the finish line. He sounded even just that much more awake this time. 2 minutes later, now he's totally awake. But I think we have Alvimedica getting towards the dock now, so we're hoping to hear another interview with Charlie and Joe to see if he's settled a bit more now. He might be a bit more excited at this point with their lead, having known that they were 26 miles ahead.
We're coming to them. It's nice to see they obviously know they're coming into more pressure up ahead, and doing that interview there, you can see that they were in less breeze back further down the pack. Busy port. Look at all those boats.
Beautiful lights, though. As you can see, you guys, we are throwing tweets up. If you have questions, you can tweet them to us as well, or ask them on the YouTube channel, and they do try to pass on when they can. This one saying, bravo to Alvimedica, and a special congratulations to Mr. Oxley, the navigator of Team Alvimedica. He has done a phenomenal job. As they said, they had a game plan that was to stick closer to the coast, and it sounded like what Charlie was explaining in a slightly bit, well, actually, no, it was Amo who said it, slightly more stronger current helping them when they were in the shore. So they went from 5th to 1st, sort of on day one, just because they were able to nip and tuck in with some current help. It's been a lot about the tide, though, this leg, huh?
I mean, watching a lot of the media that's come off all of the boats, and specifically Alvimedica, it seems that every single boat feed that we've had has featured Will Oxley standing on deck with his iPad in his hand, with his navigation, literally sailing the boat. Up a bit here, I want you to sail this course now, we're past that rock, now you can come down, this is the next course, literally sailing the boat in every direction. And I think this leg, more than any other leg, has been the navigator's leg.
As you're saying, it's not only current, it's shallow spots everywhere, tons of rocks, big islands and tons of rocks, which the navigators pretty much could not sleep for.
Be interested to see, it's a question if we do get to speak to Will, how much preparation he's put into this leg. He's probably started to prepare for this leg even before, Lisbon and Lorient started to look into the historics, and this has been such an important leg for them navigational-wise.
And he'll be familiar with the shore as well from being a navigator, so it's good. We've got a lot of teams with a lot of local knowledge around the French shore and obviously the British coast, and Will having the knowledge that he has always helps Charlie, who hasn't even done a Volvo yet, has sailed there a bit, but not to the amount of level that he has. Alvimedica backing in, you can see big crowds there for, I think it's 2 in the morning now actually, but still huge crowds in The Hague. Unfortunately, the Dutch team not there in the lead for the Hague supporters, but great to have an orange boat.
Exactly. So, I mean, just looking at this, normally you'd see this boat coming in and, the team would step off, the shore crew would immediately step on. You'd even still see sails started to come off the boat, and shipped up to the sail loft. Everything's going to stay on. Everything now, they are still in race condition. No equipment can leave the boat. Nothing comes on, nothing comes off. They've even got the food, I believe, on for the next leg already.
Wow, that's amazing. Almost, you would say it makes it easier because you don't have to take the sails off right away, but it makes it harder because any repairs they do have to do, the sailors have to do, so it's only 36 hours, but it's not a lot of a rest.
Even though this boat is tied up on the dock, it's still in race mode. There's Will Oxley himself. He's still reaching for his iPad again. He can't let go of that thing. I think he'll be glad to put that thing down. But he'll actually be going straight into, there you go, it's in his hand again. He'll be going straight into probably preparing and looking at the weather for the next leg, the next section, the next half of this leg up to Gothenburg. Look at that, it's still in his hand.
And it's fully in the waterproof casing, so it was obviously quite rough. Sometimes he's got it out on deck with nothing on it. Will speaking with Alberto Bozon there, who was helming earlier, the Italian who's often given the wheel when Charlie's either helping make tactical decisions or busy doing essentially navigational duties. We are going to try to listen in here to Joe Picard's interview on the dock. You can see Will Oxley there speaking with Bill Erklins. Looks like a quite intense conversation, actually.
Well, I think having Joe spoken to him before, his rhetoric will be, well done, but you still haven't finished yet. You're still racing. Keep your feet on the ground.
Yeah, a lot left. Mark Towell there. Hawaiian, he's quite a long way from home again now. Here comes Charlie. We'll listen in here.
Okay, so welcome to Team Alvimedica, and I'm joined by Charlie Enright, the skipper of Team Alvimedica. Charlie, you come into The Hague as the first boat nearly 1.5 hours before the second pack of teams. That's a pretty nice lead heading out at 12 o'clock on Saturday. Do you think you're going to be able to do it? Do you think you're going to be the 6th team to in this edition to get a first place?
Well, we certainly hope so. An hour and a half in 5 knots is certainly different than an hour and a half in 25 knots. So, we'll have to see what Saturday brings, but definitely a great half a leg, by the guys, by the whole team. I mean, it was a real team effort, a lot of good decisions, a lot of good boat handling, pretty quick at times. So, yeah, no, it feels good. It certainly beats the alternative.
I mean, you look pretty sprightly coming in here, but it has been quite a stressful, even though it hasn't been a short leg, has it been kind of one of the most complicated, stressful legs so far because of all the different obstacles and things to take into consideration?
Yeah, certainly. A lot of decisions to be made. The tidal gates make it really interesting. And just a couple of miles can turn into a pretty big margin. If you get it wrong, and it's tough to see the fleet split there, but we kind of knew that was in the cards, and luckily, our side came out. And again, I don't really know what happened behind us, but the timing of those tide gates relative to kind of which side you chose was pretty crucial. So
was it always the plan to choose the southern option?
Yeah, we left Lorient knowing that. No, I mean it was a game time decision based on all the current, both present and current, as in tidal information that we had at the time, and just a big shout out to our weather team. Anderson Reggio, who's here at the dock, and the guys from Great Circle. They did a great job preparing us all week on what was a pretty short timeline. So. It's only halfway done. I think everybody's got their wits about them. Everybody knows that. So we'll try to enjoy this place because we have a little extra time here than we thought we did, and get back to work as soon as possible.
So I enjoyed it when you left Lorient, and everybody's face when the new team song started playing, and Will just shouted off the back of the boat, "Unbeaten yet," and it's still the same. Brand new team song. Won the import race and first to dock into here in The Hague. Must be lucky.
Yeah, it even won its Pro-Am, actually, too, but who's counting? No, I mean, yeah, we had a little change in song, and I don't know that has anything to do with it, but hopefully it stays that way.
Well, everybody here in The Hague seemed to really enjoy your new team song. Welcome to The Hague. It's an awesome stopover. You're going to absolutely love it. Welcome. And we're going to take Team Alvimedica up onto the arrival stage and give them a true Netherlands welcome. Isn't that right? I love this crowd. I love this crowd.
God, you wonder what their new team song is. He sounds quite excited about it. All the teams have done well when they switched up their songs. MAPFRE finished the first leg last, switched their team song, and from then on have been climbing the board. They have a leg win as well. I think even maybe Brunell switched and then they won the next leg. It's really interesting. It's really interesting jinx type, probably. Well. They all need a musical coach to decide what the team song will be. We have a tweet here. How will the exclusion zones affect the continued leg? Looks like the direct course along the coast is blocked. I'll let you take that one.
I haven't closely studied the next leg because I've been so involved in this one. But there are less exclusion zones. I think there were 17 in total. But as you can see here, there are less exclusion zones. There's a long one up round the top of Holland there, around the IJsselmeer. And it will affect them. They need to treat these exclusion zones like islands, literally solid islands. They're there for a reason.
But it actually looks like they can go along the coast on this one.
They can go along the coast.
Up out the middle.
Yes, exactly. So I imagine that they will go right round, round the coast there and hug the coast, and then pop out the back over on the right of screen there.
Yeah, the only other option is just go instantly out northwest, essentially, and then up through the middle of the TSS zones that way.
It will be all about the weather on the day.
Exactly, depending on the coast.
At the moment, the information we have is fairly light, but let's just see.
That'll be the restart on Saturday. For now, the weather for the teams who are still to finish is just building breeze. Dongfeng race team, about 20 miles from the finish line means about an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes.
Will accelerate.
Their speeds will accelerate. We will come back online when they are about 15 minutes out from the finish. Next up is Dongfeng race team and MAPFRE in third. And you can sign up for the alerts on the website if you want to hear when we're back online, or just stay on the YouTube channel. We'll be back in about an hour.
See you then.
Welcome back to Race Control. We are now waiting on the second place team. Dongfeng race team are less than 2 miles, we're hearing, from the line in The Hague.
Yeah, they've accelerated quite a lot since we last spoke to them. And yeah, they're really coming into the finish now.
They were doing about 6 or 8 knots when we saw them on a LiveX last time. They're doing 18 knots now, which has got to feel good for the French-Chinese team on board as they're coming into now The Hague. They've just announced over the VHF that it feels very good to hear a Dutch voice say Dongfeng race team. So I'm wondering what that accent probably said. We have Knut on the line. Knut, can you see Dongfeng yet? Or are you on your way out to them?
I can tell you they're going faster than Alvimedica, so the breeze has picked up, and we are next to Dongfeng, and yeah, they're smoking down the waves there. It's really good, and believe it or not, we're getting close to 3 o'clock, I guess, here in the Hague, and there's still lots of spectator boats out middle of the night. So pretty cool.
We saw there was a huge crowd in the village as well to welcome Alvimedica. Do you think they're staying on land too?
I think they're staying on land. I mean, there was a concert ending just before Alvimedica, and people are in party mood. So I guess it'll be a tough Friday for a lot of people tomorrow.
A full party night in The Hague. That's perfect. So you said it's windier now. We can see it in the speeds. How windy is it there?
Well, it's difficult to say. I mean, it's pitch black dusty, but I would say it must be close to between 15 and 20 knots of wind, close to 20 today. So
and
it's fully loaded.
Has the sea state picked up, or is it just windier with the same waves that we had earlier?
Slightly bigger waves, I would say, and the guys are surfing down the waves there with Dongfeng. I mean, they're fully stacked, fully powered up. They have their miles set code 0 and stay sail, full main. But you know, they must be doing 17, 18 knots of boat speed, I guess.
Oh, that's so nice.
Knut, what's your feeling? Is there much current running there?
It's difficult to say, to be honest. If you knew how dark it is there, it's like really, really dark. So it's hard to judge on the water. But I guess the race control should be able to see their instruments and judge their boat speed towards the speed of the ground and have a bit of a feeling for it.
We now have contact with the boat as well, so we could perhaps ask Jan Rio if they can see their speed over ground versus their actual boat speed. Jan, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hello, Jenny.
Hello, darling. We were just talking about whether you guys still have current, how it's too windy to know, but can you tell on your instruments your boat speed versus speed over ground? Is there still a big current factor?
To be honest, from where I am right now, I can't see that information. I'm stuck at the helm.
No problem.
Or close to the helm.
When did the breeze pick up for you guys? Because when we talked to you about an hour ago, it looked like it was only about 8 knots, and now you've got plenty more than that.
Yeah, it has slowly built up for an hour, and for an hour it started to build up to 15 knots or something, and now we have almost 18 knots of wind, sailing 18 knots on the ground.
So Jan, it's Mark here. Hi, and welcome to The Hague.
Hello, Mark.
Hi. You've had quite a big day. I mean, as far as the different conditions, just explain to us how many different conditions that you've seen today.
Well, basically, this morning we had quite some wind along England, but it was like not regular wind. It was very puffy. and then we fall into some no wind area. It was quite stressful because we didn't know where the other guys from the south were and on whether they had the same conditions or not, and that has lasted for several hours. And then finally, as I said, for like an hour, the wind has started to build up seriously, I would say.
Is it nice to finally have breeze even though it's so close to the finish line?
Yeah, actually it's nice, but it could be a little bit stressful as well because there's a lot of lights, a lot of people on the water, and it's very, very dark. And of course, it makes it a little bit more complicated to find the finish line.
It sounds like we have Knut on the line as well. It looks like you are getting very close to the finish line. Knut, how close are Dongfeng to the finish here?
They're very close to the finish line. We are crossing the finish line in about a few seconds here. So I would say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they should be across the finish line now.
Dongfeng race team second place in the current pit stop in The Hague. Jan, what does this mean to your team to be finishing second place here?
Get across the finish line.
Well, we're still looking for the line, to be honest. We're not sure we are not sure we have crossed it.
Fair enough. Okay, then we will we'll actually let you go because
Yeah.
it looks a bit like
a little bit of confusion on that right now. We are feeling yes, that's it.
We saw you
feeling the spinnaker right now.
There we go. We saw you bear away. How much have you guys talked about what this will mean, this lead or this second place essentially, when you restart in Gothenburg, restart towards Gothenburg?
We haven't really talked about that because the information is quite new regarding at least the other boats. We had a position report not very long time ago, like half an hour ago or something. So that's how it's been a few moments since we know that the other guys are very far away behind. Well, we've been talking a lot, of course, during the day and during this leg is the final position. The overall position depending on the position of this leg. Yeah. So there's a little bit of a calculation to do all the time, and we can't help doing this calculation as soon as another boat pass in front of us or behind us.
Can you talk about that math? What's the conclusion you guys have come to when you're looking at the overall scores?
Well, the conclusion is that we will have, always the same conclusion, we will have to wait until Gothenburg.
Okay, so you haven't come up with any strategy necessarily?
So Jan...
No, I think obviously there's one thing we can do is to watch MAPFRE, and regarding Brunell, we don't have all the elements, so we can try to be in front of them, but we are not. We can't do more than that.
So Jan, looking back in the leg, how many times have you actually changed the course of your action because of the actions of the other boats that you're covering?
I think basically there were two key points in the leg. One of them was around Saint on the west of Brittany. When we decided not to go through the Ras de Saint and to go on the west of the island, that was probably some kind of coverage, even though the boats were in front of us at the time. And the other key point was when we decided to go north of the TSS yesterday.
Now, Jan, you've really enjoyed sailing up past your homeland of France and around Brittany. How much have the French public got involved in watching the tracker and coming out to see you? Have you had copious amounts of boats coming out and wishing you good luck?
Well, actually, that's kind of an unusual leg in the sense that we've had fans and support all over the place, starting in Brittany, first in La Trinité, and then in other places such as La Bavrac. We saw Jacques Carès, who was involved in the last Groupama campaign, on the RIP over there, and then even in the south of England we had some RIP coming and encouraging us. So that was it's quite unusual and it's quite nice actually.
That's fantastic that you've had so much support all the way along the coast, and even I'm very pleased that the Brits came out to wish you well.
Thank you so much, Jan, for joining us. We'll let you go to filming the crew now after you've crossed the finish line, and we'll talk to you guys when you get to the dock. Excellent to hear from him. He sounds pretty relaxed, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they since they left that TSS zone, they have really just been pointing at the mark. They've made their gains. There weren't that many tactics left, and they knew that they were going to come into more pressure. So, for the last few hours, they've just been pointing at the finish and sailing as fast as they could. And,
sleeping on board MAPFRE.
And don't forget, every single boat. It's been important to keep on racing the clock. And then, now that MAPFRE's finished, it's all against the clock.
Dongfeng, yeah. Well, Alvimedica, essentially, and then Dongfeng. Yeah. You can see on the top, this is the time delta between Alvimedica and Dongfeng race team. It was 1 hour and 46 minutes. So that'll mean Alvimedica on Saturday gets to start at noon. Dongfeng race team doesn't start for 1 hour and 46 minutes. It'll continue like that with the rest of the fleet in the order that they're finishing now. Next is MAPFRE. They're 9 miles from the finish line, so doing 18 knots. It should be about half an hour. We're hoping to speak with them soon as well. We spoke with Jabi, the alternate skipper, just a bit earlier, and he'd actually gotten a couple Z's, it sounded like. We caught him right when he'd gotten up out of the bunk.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that he's managing to get a bit of sleep, and a lot of the other teams are looking to sleep now, but they would have had a pretty tough day. I doubt if he's had much sleep throughout the whole leg.
They were quite close to Dongfeng race team earlier when they were near the end of the first TSS zone, the big one, and then they've dropped back. We asked earlier exactly what happened. It just sounds like when the breezes shifted in between the two zones, Dongfeng got the jump on it. Here we're seeing MAPFRE is doing a good 18 knots. We have Knut. Are you headed out towards MAPFRE now, Knut?
Yes, we're going to head out towards MAPFRE, so we're just leaving the Dongfeng guys here. And can you guys, you are down in Alicante, can you see the distance they have approximately to the finish line?
We think it's about 9 miles, so probably 30 minutes, but they're doing a solid 18 knots, 17, 18 knots now.
18 knots, okay, cool.
Intersecting you soon.
It's pretty wet out here. The waves have grown a bit, and it's more brazen, clearly. We were doing 24 knots of speed in the powerboat to keep up with Dongfeng, so...
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, I can confirm that's 9 miles, Knut.
9 miles at 19 knots now.
Correct.
And doing 19 knots of boat speed. Cool. So we'll head out towards them. We'll be with them in about, if we meet at the same speed, we'll be there in 15 minutes, right?
If you manage your 25 knots, yes, it looks like it. And then it looks like Team Brunell aren't that far behind MAPFRE either. We'll get a distance on that as soon as we can, but it's less than the distance between MAPFRE and the finish line at this point. They should even be able to see each other, at least on the AIS, if not actually seeing the nav lights.
There's a couple of Team Brunell fans on the dock, I can tell you.
We can imagine there probably would be.
The Dutchies have all their frikadellen and all this stuff. Lots of herring. It was the herring day today. I had to eat the whole fish raw, holding it in a tail. It was an interesting experience.
Did it stay down?
Well, yeah, it did. I had to have an eating competition with the mayor of the Hague on the stage. And I have never been grasping for air like that after I had eaten that fish, I can tell you.
Come on, Knut. You're Scandinavian. I'm sure you do that a lot back in Norway.
It was a raw herring. It was a big one.
Not smoked.
No, it wasn't smoked at all. It was just raw. It didn't have a head. That was the only thing.
Well done.
I'm going to guess that's not what the team is looking forward to. They might be looking forward to getting to shore, getting to the Hague. They are the Dutch team, but they're probably not looking forward to eating raw herring. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is a delicacy for Bauer.
Yeah, mean, sometimes it smells like a herring instead, but I don't think you want to eat the herring. Not on board. I think that if you have a small tendency to be seasick, I think one herring like that in the mouth, and you'll be seasick for life.
Although we do hear that whenever Nico is feeling seasick, the only thing he's eating is tuna fish in cans for days on board. So to each their own, I think. We're seeing some images now of MAPFRE. We saw Guillermo Altadil, the youngest on board, grinding. It doesn't quite look like they're doing a big maneuver here. I think he's just adjusting a sail.
Just trimming out as the breeze comes up.
We can speak now with onboard reporter Francisco Vignale. Fran, it's Jenny and Mark Cavell in race control. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello guys, how are you?
Doing very well. How are you guys on board?
Very good, just doing the last push into the Hague. We will be there in 20-something minutes. Just 7 miles to go, 7.5 to go. So we know Dongfeng is probably quite close, and Brunell is just on our stern. So we are in the middle of a sandwich, pushing.
Can you see Brunell?
No, really, because there is a lot of boats and a lot of lights. We can't really know where he is. We can see him on the AIS, so we know exactly where they are.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Okay, let's talk back through the leg. What do you think the hardest part was navigationally for your team this leg?
At some stage, if you go up north to the TSS or south, I imagine that was maybe the hardest part for Jean-Luc and Iker to decide if to continue north or south.
And what about sailing through the islands and the current? How difficult was that just for the guys on board to actually know where to go at that period in time?
We were quite lucky. We were in that during the daytime most of the part, so it was really easy to see the islands and the rocks. And we had a jibe that slowed us a little bit. We were quite close from Brunel at that stage, that they were in front of us. So it was a tricky moment. But I think the guys did a very good job, and they handled it very, very quiet and focused on keeping the boat fast.
Hey Fran, Mark here. Hi. So
hello, Marky. What's up, man?
All good. We've been watching you closely all the way through as we've done all the fleet. There were times where there were some quite big transitions, and you had chances to catch right up to Dongfeng. Today, when did you ever feel that you had a chance to get past Dongfeng?
Right in the after we left the corner of England, I think the name is Dover. If
That's
I'm
right.
There was a light spot. They were quite close. They were sailing with the J1 and J3, and we were with fractional, and we were quite a little bit faster and lower than them. So we got the feeling that we were gonna catch them, but at the end they got a really good wind shift, and poof, they were gone, and we stayed in the calm. And they're not easy boat to sail again with, Brunel, Dongfeng. They're quite fast. They're very good sailors, so we push as hard as we could, but that shift in the light spot, they're quite tricky.
What about Brunel behind you? Were you guys concerned about them at all, or did you feel like you were covering them easily as you sailed along that TSS?
Well, I think right now we were so focused on Dongfeng that we didn't look at them so much. But yeah, of course, you always have an eye on the guy that is behind you, and make you feel nervous. But they stay quite far during the calm, and we just were following Dongfeng and trying to get the wind shifts as better as we could.
So obviously you've got a French navigator. How much reassurance have you got that you've had a French navigator taking you up, which has been a mostly French leg?
I was amazing because he was like sharing stories from the little islands and telling you, you know, like where he spent vacation. Well, it was nice, you know. It makes you feel safe as well because he knows quite well the area. So it was a plus, you know. How a local guy is really cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Fran. We will speak to you guys as you cross the finish line in a little bit, and good luck for the final couple of miles here. I think now they're about 6 miles from the finish line.
Coming in quickly, yeah.
Yeah, going quite quickly at this point. And Brunell just 5 miles back from them, so very close, but doesn't look like we have any passing scenarios there with the breeze completely developed across the course now.
No, I think, you know, really is just pointing at the finish now. They've got a really nice stable breeze. Sounds like it's really come up over the evening, and they'll just be really just working on the boat speed, pushing really hard, fully stacked, you know, heading to that finish.
Yeah, exactly.
They shave every second.
Well, you were just speaking about Jean-Luc. He's the French navigator, knows those waters well. We had some legends in the Lisbon stopover, Lorient stopover, 2 of whom were French. We'll take a look at that now.
I remember on Fendwick we smoked the pipe, but not inside, on the deck. Lovely. Je suis Bernard Rubinstein.
Je suis Bernard de Guy. My name is Alan Smith.
I've sailed in the first Whitbread in 1973. I was 27 years when I sailed the first Whitbread.
Penduic 6, hot favourite of the experts. Built with massive French government support, she's pioneering a ruthless new type of aluminium ocean racer with incredible strength and a keel made of the precious metal uranium. Eric Cavalli, the greatest name in French yachting, takes the tiller himself with so much at stake, calmly concentrating on catching up Great Britain too.
I changed my life. The first Whitbread changed my life.
I was joint skipper and owner of Burton Cutter on the first Whitbread round the world race.
Burton Cutter chooses the right side of the High and is the first to reach Cape Town. A day ahead of the Royal Navy, an adventure. They have the added satisfaction of arriving in broad daylight.
Tell me about how you introduced yourself to Ian yesterday.
Well, I walked along the quay and I saw him being interviewed by somebody. And I stopped listening because he was answering the same questions I answered 40 years ago.
We have 100 books on Neptune. We have 100 bottles of red wine for each leg.
Did you take a guitar? A guitar?
Yes, there are a guitar also. There are 1 guitar. When we start to Sydney, we have no communication for 45 days before I arrive to Rio, and it's perfect. Now we are always with the communication. We have always make a report for everything. It's so crazy.
As the yachts battle onward, the seas take their toll.
We sail in the roaring 40. The sea is terrible. The wind terrific.
The incessant pounding is too much for Burton Cutter's 80-foot aluminium hull. Water seeps into her sail locker as welds fail and horizontal stringers break away from her bow plates, which are too thin to stand the 5 weeks battering run to Sydney. Reluctantly, the crew alter course for Port Elizabeth and repairs.
The crew members have the same mentality as the crew members we had down. They've all got the same outlook on life, you know? And they all want to win. But the boat is completely and utterly different.
Okay, a little bit of pressure. Fast on SCA right now. They're all going up to the yellow, right? So we should do the same.
Today, it's a fantastic experience. And to go on the sea is the best for the young people, the new generation. They have to sail.
Sailing on the world.
platform of a yacht is one of the few places where you can legally drink and drive.
You gotta love how different some of the scenarios were back in the day.
Absolutely.
Legally drink and drive, lots of cigar smoking. None of that happens anymore.
Yeah.
But you were saying you were there for the start.
Yeah, back in the day, my father took me down to a Portsmouth start, and I can remember many boats getting ready to go, and I can remember carrying them carrying the beer down on pallet trucks, sack trucks down to the boats. I can remember seeing so many different types of boats. Some that you looked at you didn't think it would make around, but I looking back, it really did play a big part of my life. Seeing a start, as a kid, thinking, gosh, one day, I'd love to do that. So, this beard does, give away some of the age that
Years in your life.
And it's just great seeing those guys looking back and also attributing that nothing much changes. Listening to the answers and the questions that Ian Walker was listening to. It'd be interesting to see, because I know that I spoke to Ian on the telephone after he'd met one of the gentlemen, and Ian was really quite, really quite, humbled by speaking to him and listening to some of his stories of preparation, and so it'd be interesting to see what Ian has got to say about it.
Not a lot's changed, but a lot has changed. The boats, especially, as you said, used to be very different classes, different designs, massively different takes on what would be the most successful offshore ocean racing boat. And of course now the fleet's gone more towards a box rule and then essentially now to a one design rule, which has allowed for really close, really tight racing. I think in the end, perhaps it's easier for an audience at least to understand, because it used to be rated as well. The old rules had rating as well as time, and now you've just got whoever crosses the line, as we say here. Whoever crosses the line
The other thing
wins.
that's similar now is that in those days boats would do several races, and now we're looking at these boats doing another race, in the next edition. So now we've got boats that can repeat the race and go around the world several times.
And sailors going around the world over and over as well, loving the race. Bauer himself, hopefully coming up now in fourth, seventh time, and KP as well. A lot of these guys have done a lot of races. It's in their blood.
Yeah, I think, it's in the nature of the offshore sailor to just. I think it's not just the racing. You talk to a lot of the Olympic sailors. It's the intensity. The America's Cup sailors. It's the intensity. They love the buzz. They love the adrenaline. But I think for offshore sailors, it's much more of a way of life. They're affected more by Mother Nature, the adventure. They are defined more as adventurers, not just sailors. And I think that's why you see these sailors, wed to the notion of sailing around this planet.
The spirit of it.
Yeah.
We actually had some amazing footage when they were on the last leg, leg 8. They were sailing up Costa de Muerte, the coast of death, essentially, and it was just like this, the sailors in the element.
Not fully into the Bay of Certain Death yet, that's a little bit later, but obviously we knew it was going to be windy and a bit bumpy coming around, so we've gone to the J2 at the right time and reefing on, carrying on, so we've got to try and now work on getting some miles back from SEA and defend the guys behind us. There's a lot of heavy upwind sailing together and run cold for some reason. And didn't bring enough clothes.
On a fishing boat. On the tide.
And 0.5 faster than Brunell.
So now we're seeing on board Brunel. Hopefully we've got audio as well. I can see Stefan Koppers has the headset on, but it doesn't sound like we're actually connected with him. We're not hearing anything. He is the guy on the right of screen though, so we will just watch while he essentially goes about his duty trying to make all the systems work, right?
Yeah, there's a number of cameras set around. There's one, the hatch looking back here, and this is the aft camera looking forward. And there's a number of connection points that you can connect into the audio. Although the equipment is absolutely outstanding and how well it copes with sailing around the world in hot and cold and wet and windy conditions, the old dreaded salt water does play a part and sometimes gets into those connections. So, but he'll be running around trying to find another connection point to hook us up as soon as he can. But you can see there the boat's still trimming away. They're still working the boat here. That would have been a call to trim on.
I think that's Rokas Milivikius.
Yeah.
He's one of their under 30s, the Lithuanian laser Olympic sailor as well, and quite a strong guy on board the boat. He's often in the grounding position when they need the max power essentially on board. Not quite as tall as Stefan though. Stefan's the tallest on board, the onboard reporter, so he spends a lot of time cooped up at the desk down below, and I think hurts his neck and his back maybe a little bit. You know what that's like down there.
I know what it's like to be tall on below a boat, but you spend a lot of time on your knees crawling around under the deck. Yeah, so and their speed's great. I think I saw 19 something.
They've put the headset on Rokas so that if it does start to work, he'll at least hear us. Right. So Stefan is now downstairs probably trying to sort out the connection as well.
Actually, he has a sort of connection on a iPad where he can actually change cameras and change audio sources. So Stefan's probably just nipped down there to press some buttons and change the audio source to get Rokas on board online.
I'm just going to check in with how fast they are going. Maybe we can see on the tracker how fast they're going, because it doesn't look like they are very heeled, but I guess if they're going downwind or far-reaching, then it could be 18 knots. 18 knots, yeah. So
18,
still plenty of boat speed even for how flat they were.
And Knut was saying that they're actually surging on the waves. They're surfing the waves, so that's why we're probably going to see the boat speed surge up. There's 20 knots there.
Nice.
And then probably drop down to sort of 18, 17. Here we go.
So hence the constant trimming as well. Then that's probably the mainsail that he's got, and they're just essentially pumping it.
The main trimmer will just ask for a little bit of a surge as the apparent wind goes forward. They'll trim on the sails, and then ease it as they hit the back of the wave again. It's great that they've got decent sized waves in the English Channel or the North Sea.
Waves it looked like for earlier. So this is Brunel. They're 5 miles behind MAPFRE, who's now less than 4 miles, I think, to the finish line. And at 19 knots, they're all cruising in quite quickly at this point.
And you can bet the bow would really be pushing the boat at this stage, because he knows that every second he can save here, they can sleep when they hit the dock. It's now time to really push. They'll be fully stacked. I'm sure that some of the crew will be on the rail, and you can see from how hard they're trimming the sails that they're really pushing hard to.
It actually looks like they've been steadily faster than MAPFRE as well. It's a little too late at this point, but every time we see their speeds, it looks like they're at least a full knot better in boat speed. So wondering if it's just better breeze still where they are, maybe a bit further offshore.
Yeah, I think it'll be quite puffy as they go up and down, and although they won't be able to see the clouds, we know that it's overcast, so therefore there'll be little clouds that come through, which just develop a little bit more pressure underneath the cloud.
So it sounds like now Rokas can hear us. Rokas, we're watching you grind away out there. Are you just pumping the main on these waves?
Yeah, that's exactly me.
Thanks for the wave.
I'm the only next to the microphone, so I can talk.
Fair enough. Well, we'll have to listen to how heavy you breathe on the next set of pumps, essentially. How far are you guys now from the finish line? Have you been calling out the distances?
No, not yet. We're just sending it as fast as we can. We just did the peel to masthead, and yeah, we're doing around 19-20 knots to the finish. It's pretty close. We can see the lights of the buildings.
Can you see MAPFRE as well? Are you able to see masthead lights or anything?
Yeah, we can see they're around 5 miles or something in front of us. We can see them, yeah.
How close was the fight between you guys, Dongfeng and MAPFRE, as you were in the northern end of the English Channel?
Yeah, it wasn't too close, actually. We always saw them, but they were decent away. At one stage, we caught them up to like 3 miles, but then again, it was really light, and Dongfeng just kept on going, and we were parked with MAPFRE for a little bit, but then again, we started moving, so we always around like 4-3 miles all the way. Basically, all the jibing, tacking, we were really, really close. So, yeah.
Hey, Rokas, it's Mark here, just while you're grinding there.
Yeah, hi, Mark.
Hi. How exhausted are you feeling now compared to coming into a normal finish from an ocean leg? How does it differ?
Way more exhausted than normally. Like, we didn't have even one watch, like 3 hours sleep. It was pretty intense. Like, we were sleeping 20 minutes, sometimes 5 minutes, wake up. Lots of peels, lots of maneuvers. One of the hardest legs, I can say. Yeah, physically it's really intense.
And it's still physically quite intense for you. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Wow, that was it. Oh, we missed the best grind of all of it, but we'll let them go now. We have MAPFRE getting very close to the finish line, so we're going to go back to MAPFRE, who's less than a mile now from the finish line off of the Hague. Knut, how far is it at this point for you guys in MAPFRE towards the third place?
It's not very far. I mean, they're doing very high speeds. They're more than 20 knots on speed at times. And spectacular. So the wind has actually picked up a bit. Some big, heavy rain clouds behind us. They're dark rain clouds. And no, they're getting close to the finish line. I would say they have, a couple of minutes left to the finish line, not more. Getting very, very close. So these guys are pushing it.
Heavy rain clouds behind you, but is it not actually raining where you are? We hear it's pouring down in the race village right now.
Yeah, no, it's pouring down on us quite long now. Right now we have a little bit of an opening with less rain, so that's what's giving all this breeze as well. So I can see this big dark cloud behind me with a lot of rain in it. So we're getting very close to the finish line here. Actually, quite a few spectators was outfield. It's amazing. These people are crazy. It's blowing, it's big waves, it's raining. Go up. No, MAPFRE just broached. They just lost control of the boat. And they just wiped up the broach. I'm not sure if you saw that on camera.
Yeah, we're just getting a little bit of that, and that's why I know, Knut, you've been really guarding the rib to maintain a bit of distance, just in case they do come up.
Exactly. So we were fairly close there.
Could you see who was driving there, Knut? And was it a big puff or was it just a wipeout?
No. They lost control of the boat, and they wiped up and did a bit of a broach. And it looks like my power boat here, he had a bit of an engine problem, so we are left behind without an engine at the moment.
Uh-oh.
And we are seeing MAPFRE sailing I would say that they're pretty much on the finish line right now. So they should be crossing the finish line as we speak.
They've had a wipeout, and you've had a slight wipeout as well. We show them about 2 boat lengths off the finish line here, it looks like. So soon to be, we won't.
Now they're across the line. We just got the engine back. Fantastic. I will make it back tonight as well. That's fantastic.
So that's MAPFRE, the Spanish team, crossing the line into the pit stop in The Hague in 3rd place. I think it's probably about a 2-hour differential between them and Alvimedica, who crossed earlier in 1st place. So only 15 minutes between Dongfeng, who's just now reaching the dock, and MAPFRE, and then it'll be Brunell, as we've said, just about 5 miles back. But here's Dongfeng race team getting into the dock.
At pace?
Yeah, fully at pace. Charles Caudrelier driving his boat in. 2nd place team into The Hague.
Has someone told them they've finished racing here?
The race isn't over till you're on the dock, right?
Exactly.
Maybe the race isn't over till you're in your hotel bed at this point for many of the teams.
And look at that, the tidy Alvimedica left in race condition. They swing in. Here comes Dongfeng.
Unfortunately, the rain, you can see how wet the docks are now, and it looks like it's cleared out the crowds, that massive rainstorm that just came through. It is also about 4 in the morning there in The Hague now, as well as here in Alicante, so quite tough time for them to be out there standing in the rain. But here we go, Charles, dock lines on to Dongfeng.
It's definitely a rude awakening to Northern Europe.
It looks like all the teams have had plenty of gear on, woolly hats, lots of layers. There's Eric Payroll.
I guess warps and fenders are the only addition allowed.
That's a great smile and a great wave from Charles. He looks quite happy there. 2nd place. Hour and 45 minutes. It's only actually 10 minutes between them and MAPFRE behind, so not really a huge lead for them to 3rd.
But to put it in perspective, look, if we'd actually worked out the average deltas.
Oh, apologies, you guys. I had those numbers wrong. 1 hour and 45 minutes and then 2 hours and 20 minutes afterwards. So much more of a gap than I was just saying there is.
But if you compare those deltas, let's stand by and listen, see if we can get Joe on the dock there. But
we'll listen in here to Joe and Charles.
Okay, so thank you very, very much to everybody here in The Hague for staying in the rain and welcoming in Dongfeng race team, joined with Charles Caudrelier, the skipper of Dongfeng. Charles, you managed to keep your 2 closest competitors well behind you. MAPFRE are only just crossing over the line and Brunel are way behind them. You must be pretty happy with the first part of the last leg.
Yes, we are happy because a few hours ago we have no idea if we will be before the. We knew Alvimedica the big advantage, but the rest of the group, in the south fleet, we thought they will be ahead, so we are very happy, and it's good because MAPFRE and Brunel are behind. Unfortunately, we need one more boat between us and Brunel to get to the 2nd place. But no, it's not. It's a good operation. It was not an easy leg, easy choice. Very complicated to deal with all the exclusion zone.
Well, this is only half time, so there is still time to be able to put one more boat between you guys. When you came to the last exclusion zone, were you actually quite shocked to see such a big split in the fleet?
Yeah, we were really scared and. Honestly, we thought we had made the wrong choice a few hours ago, but at the end it was not so bad. Except Alvimedica, we did the good choice, I think. So Alvimedica was already ahead when he made the choice, and it was better because in the soft choice was better if you were ahead. But if you were a bit late, it was very dangerous. So happy the other boat were a bit late.
So you are second, leaving The Hague on Saturday. Looking at the weather, it's a little bit tricky to be able to tell now, but do you think that you're in a strong position leaving here?
I just have a quick look. I think it's better maybe to be ahead. I think, but it's still very complicated to make the choice between all the small door, between all the exclusion zones. So I don't know, but yeah, it's good to be second also to see what is going to do. But the rest of the fleet can also look what we will do and make a different choice. So I don't know. It's a very strange situation.
Last question. Have you ever eaten raw herring?
Which fish? Huh?
So it's a fish. It's a delicacy here in the Netherlands. Have you ever eaten it? Because I think you're about to.
Yeah. I already came here one time here. I remember it's quite good. I was a bit afraid at the beginning, but it's quite good.
Okay, well, 53,000 euros were made yesterday for the first barrel sold of the herring of the season. And we're very lucky. We have got some more herring here for our sailors to try. Dongfeng race team will be leaving the boat in the next few minutes. A few interviews are going to happen. We'll be taking them straight up onto the stage for the official welcoming ceremony. MAPFRE
well
has
played
officially
of
crossed the
Charles
line.
saying that he's tried the herring and it was nice, actually.
Yeah, very diplomatic.
Yeah. And then, as you said, the sailors ride into the cleanup. Ordinarily, this might have to be the shore crew's job, but they're not allowed on the boats this time. So Charles getting right into that.
Yeah, they're going to get all the sheets stripped and hung up, and the boat looking good, because the public will really enjoy looking at these boats close hand.
If we were to estimate, how long is one of those Jennifer sheets?
It'll be double the size, double the length of the boat.
Double 65 meters. Feet. 120 feet plus a bit.
Yeah, they get pretty heavy once you start calling them.
Once they're wet, they get massively heavy.
Now, I think we should award points for each flake. Now, that flake looks slightly better than the Alvimedica flake. I'm talking about how the mainsail comes down on the boom.
Okay, so this is Dongfeng race team. They just finished in second. In third, actually just finished in third, is MAPFRE. We've got Iker Martinez, skipper of MAPFRE, on the live X now. Iker, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you very good.
Perfect. Congratulations, crossing the finish line in third. We were wondering earlier about how close the fight was between you guys, Dongfeng and Brunell, but we got a really good answer about that from Xabi. But how stressful was it for you, this leg, these two boats that you are very close with on the points table, and essentially splitting from the whole rest of the pack?
Actually, it was not very stressful, but I mean, it's a little bit painful to have so many exclusion zones. So at some stage we have to decide one way or the other, and yeah, we thought was better the north, and we pushed for it. No, at the end, what happened is a little bit wouldn't say strange, but Alvimedica did very good from the south, and then we did much better than the other ones from the south. So looks like it was more a question of timing. So yeah, good for Alvimedica boys, and then we keep our fight with Dongfeng.
So Iker, Mark here. How different as a skipper have you attacked this leg? You know, with its intensity. What are the real changes that you've actually had to change as a skipper?
Pretty much nothing. I mean, this is a long inshore race, and that's what we try since the beginning. No, every time the positioning was very important. We lost the position with Dongfeng in a jibe, in a little shift, and then we were not able to pass them. So it's a question of very little things. No, we have many jibes, many little things, some weeds. We have a couple of times where we passed Dongfeng and they passed us because we have to stop to take off some weeds. So it was an inshore race of 2 days, and I think still another inshore race of 2 days as soon as we're gonna start after tomorrow.
Do you think you guys have a bit of an advantage with you and Xabi and the Olympic sailing, the inshore sailing that you've done when it comes to these shorter legs?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to answer. I think everyone here knows very good how to sail these boats now, and all the teams, they have very good guys in inshore and offshore. So the only advantage we can have is that we know each other very good, and that's good. So yes, on that sense, yeah, maybe it's more easy, no, for us to work together. But we saw how good the people is doing, and I think at that stage of the race, every team is doing a very good teamwork, which is the key point of Volvo 65 boats. So at that stage, I think the little details, they are important, no, and I don't know exactly what to answer, but yeah, for us it's comfortable. For the others, I think too. The whole thing is very, very close.
So Ika, you've just finished this first half of leg 9, and it's obviously been quite intense, and your mind has been on that. How much thought have you and preparation have you given the second half into Gothenburg?
Not much. The whole thing is going to depend a lot about the starting. I think I spent here 20 days a couple of years ago for the Nacra Walls, and was not very windy in the morning. So I don't know why, but I always have on my mind that the times they're gonna be reduced, no, after the starting line. So yeah, that was a little bit different. We were not only thinking in the positioning, but also quite a lot in timing. And I think the timing at the end was, or is gonna be, not so bad for us with Alvimedica boys. And if we start in the light, then this can be very, very small. So I don't know, we'll see. It's going to be a lot about lucky. We need to be lucky boys now. And if we have some light, we want to have some light wind until we cross the finish line, no? And then very good wind to don't have the guys on the back catching us. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of luck involved, a lot of timing with the wind, and then for sure it's going to be another couple of days of just inshore racing.
Offshore, inshore racing. Well, thank you so much, Iker, and good to hear that assessment. Hoping it'll be light until we get ahead and then breezy. We now have Team Brunell very close to the finish line. Knut out with Team Brunell. At least I think we have Knut on the line. Knut, are you with us?
I'm with you.
Ah, perfect. And are you with Brunell as well?
Yeah, I'm with Team Brunell, and believe it or not, I think it's starting to get daylight.
Oh God.
We are in the northern part of Europe, you know, and the nights are very, very short. So
it might be 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm born in a place up in Norway where we never have any darkness at all at this time of the year. So no, I can see Team Brunell, and just about out still, and they're really yeah, it's just great. I think they have a bit less wind now. The wind has dropped a little bit, but there's a few Brunel supporters out there.
Oh, nice.
Good shit.
We're seeing onboard as well. We're not seeing the massive grinds that we saw earlier when they were surfing the waves. So just possibly because the breeze has dropped, or has the wave state dropped as well? I don't think we have Knut anymore, but we have Stefan cleaning the lens.
You have me. I'm here.
Ah, perfect. I was asking, has the wave state dropped as well, or is it just the breeze state? Because it definitely doesn't look like they're having those big surfs they were getting earlier.
I think the waves are still here, but it's slightly less wind. I mean, they're just speeding up as we speak. Just now they're getting some nice surfs, and I think they had a little touch there behind the rain squall. So after those rain squalls, you always get some less wind, and now they're getting into the breeze again. And looking at it, I guess they're doing close to 20 knots now, so they're back up to speed.
But it looks like on the tracker, they're actually coming in from a little bit more north, so maybe just a deeper angle compared to the other teams.
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah,
I
okay.
agree with you on that one. They're coming up for a little further north,
Fair.
and probably have to sail a little bit lower, but they're fully powered up, and they're going fast. They're doing 20 knots.
It sounds like we now have Stefan on the phone. Stefan Kopper's onboard reporter of Team Brunel. What does it feel like for hello? What does it feel like? You can stay there as well. We're happy to see your face. There we go. What does it feel like for you guys to be sailing into your home country?
Rockets is grinding, eh?
Yeah, we heard him earlier. We heard him
this
grunting.
This is really great. I can tell you, over there is Hoek van Holland, and that's the beach where I always stay. So it's like coming home. Really nice, really nice.
We've been talking a lot this evening about raw herring. We have Knut Frostad on the line as well. He had to eat a raw herring with the mayor of The Hague earlier. Is that a delicacy that you look forward to?
Ooh, I love raw fish. Actually, sushi is my best favorite, but herring, shitty food. No way. I prefer croquette. It's really nice. That's my delicatessen. It's really nice. With mayonnaise. Lovely.
Oh, perfect. You're being very Dutch right now, Stefan. But on board, you're cooking freeze-dried, so probably any raw things would be nice. We have Mark Cavell here as well, who gets to play with you a lot via email during the race. I'll let Mark say hello.
Hey, Stefan. You've done a...
Yo, Mark, all good?
Yeah, very, very good. We really liked your boat feed that came in this afternoon. We look forward to seeing that up online another time about your Dutch words. Really starting to build the Dutch scene on board, testing your other characters on board, how their Dutch is after having sailed around the world on a Dutch boat.
Thanks.
So, Stefan, I know that all the crew are saying that it's been a very, very intense leg. What do you think you have in store for you over this brief pit stop in The Hague?
Sorry, what do you have in store?
What do you think you're going to be up to? Are you going to just get some sleep, or are you going to get out and do some media and meet the crowd?
I think I'm gonna be in my bunk for 24 hours and then leave again because fuck, it's tired after this race. Really, really tired. No, because this is our stopover. Brunell, I think, yeah, this is our stopover. So we have a lot of sponsors things to do. So tomorrow the whole day is like fully booked. Every hour, meeting people, doing stuff. I think it's fun. It's part of the job. Really fun.
Excellent. Well, I think right now your team is getting very close to the finish line. How close are they to the finish line? And of course, you guys, apologies for Stefan's language. Sailors will be sailors.
No, they are very, very close to the finish line. The finish mark is blinking just on their port bow, and yeah, so I would say they have half a minute left or something.
You're all perfect. It actually looks like they're coming in from the high side of the line. Hopefully they're going the right side of it. On the tracker, it looks like they're bearing away for it at this point.
KP won't miss that mark.
No. KP's been around the world and around these coastal races of the world many, too many times. I'm going to let them cross the line, and then we'll go back to Stefan a little bit about KP's stress level this leg, because I think this really has, as you said, been the navigator's leg immensely, with all the TSS zones, all the rocks, all the coastal shorelines, rocky shorelines that they had to deal with. They've now got the hoods on, so it looks like the rain's here, and they're clapping. So we've lost Knut, but the team Brunel across the line, fourth place into Holland and the Netherlands, their home country. So it'll be a bit of a relief and a big achievement for them, essentially, to keep their closest competitors close enough.
Absolutely, I think they've done a great job, in what's been a very, very difficult time, and they had a little bit of time where they were ahead and leading, so they'll be a little bit frustrated about that. But it could do a lot worse, and I know that Abu Dhabi, which we'll talk to a little later, they said that they wanted a podium position and they'll be pushing as hard as they could. And they've found this leg incredibly difficult, and they've lost out on a couple of shifts. So we can see exactly how hard this whole leg has been. And there is the deltas.
So Team Brunel, 2 hours, 37 minutes back from Alvimedica. As Mark just said, they were leading at the beginning. They led out of Lorient, and for the first almost 8, maybe even 12 hours. But unfortunately, the next day, Bauer's birthday, he got a present of some kelp around the keel, basically, and it slowed them properly down. They ended up dropping from first back to fourth, even fifth, at some point sixth that day, before catching back up again to fourth by being in the northern group this week. So here we go with the full data spreadsheet. The departure on Saturday, UTC, Central European time, is 2 hours after that. So Team Alvimedica will be leaving exactly at noon. And there's your countdown. It's 1 day, 7 hours, 45 minutes to Alvimedica leaving. All the teams behind them about 2 hours back.
Maybe we can ask Bauer, if we get a chance to talk to him, what he'll do in that time where he has to wait. Whether, how he'll manage that time where he knows that Alvimedica is sailing away while they have to wait.
You think you probably go out to the race course and at least watch which way they go, what's happening on the course. If you're allowed to keep motoring at that point, then maybe you start up the course a bit and actually see what's going on with the competitors who start above before getting back and in position to start again.
Well, I think they'll be starting, much closer inland. I think, they were talking about starting almost inside the port, so it might be an interesting... And obviously they'll be able to communicate with their support team right up to the prep, I imagine.
I'm actually not sure. We'll have to check the rules on that.
That'll be really interesting, how much outside information.
Yeah.
Because each start is their start, and each start has
its own prep flag,
its own prep, yeah. So I imagine they'll be able to get some inside information right up until the last moment.
And then the weather that day will be quite interesting to see. We have Stefan back, but he is handing over to, I'm going to assume this is Bauer Becking. Perfect, Bauer. Jenny and Mark Cavell in race control. Congratulations on your 4th place crossing into The Hague, and welcome to your home country. If you could turn around, we're looking at you from this camera here. And maybe come down a little bit, because all we see right now is your chest.
Okay.
Just somebody else drive?
Thank you, Bauer. Perfect. The important thing, keep this boat in one piece to get it into the dock. Well, we know there are huge crowds waiting for you guys. I think, unfortunately, the rain has rained on the parade just a little bit, but tons of Team Brunell supporters out there to see you guys end after what's been a very stressful leg. But has it been that stressful for you? Are you happy with how the points are playing out now with you and your closest rivals?
Well, of course, the closest rivals are all ahead of us, so but at least it's still good for the scoreboard. And of course, it was a bit stressful when we went north. We stayed with our competition, and Alvimedica got away in the south. So it was just good that the other 3 boats didn't make the gap as good as Alvimedica did. So in that sense, it was all good.
Can we ask why you guys went north? Was that essentially covering from behind on Dongfeng and MAPFRE, or were you always planning to go north?
No, it was, first of all, the route was north was fine.
It sounds like we've lost him. We will see. Sometimes they've been coming back this evening, but we've had quite...
I'm sure they'll come back fairly soon.
Not getting Bauer back. That's a bummer. But yeah, it sounds like he said... a lot of them have said, actually, that their routing was showing the north because earlier in the day it was going to be better, and then we heard from Alvimedica will actually say they picked the south because even though it was going to hurt early, it had better breeze later. So it's a lot of faith in a forecast to go south.
Jenny, each team has to make its own decision at that moment with the information it's got, and it's you only have. Sometimes it's actually better to be behind. You have more options when you're further back, and we see that when a boat makes a decision back there and actually can pass a boat ahead. And the boat ahead is already committed, especially when they're going down these TSS zones, where they are, once they've committed, they can't come back, or they can't tack out and cover. They are locked off. So, it's been very, very, tactical as far as the TSS zones. I know that Charles keeps referring to them. He doesn't like them. They are islands in the course. They'll always be there. They're there to protect shipping they're a different element of this race. We get to the Northern Europe and very, very different. Just like we sailed through the Malacca Straits, there were plenty down there, and it's the nature of sailing around the world.
It's a bit like an intro race, though. If you have breeze on both sides, so at the starting line you have to pick either right or left, and then from there, you can't get back across. So
as an island.
Yeah, you're just fighting your own corner, and you want to be winning your group at the top, and you'll see what happens when you come back together. That's basically what we had here, except that it was a downwind leg, essentially, at least the beginning.
For me, certainly today's racing, this last 24-hour, it must have been so difficult because the weather forecast, the actual grid files for what they had forecast and what actually played out were very, very different. So they had to forecast their decisions on the grid files because they can't tell what's actually going to happen. So they nail their colours and make their choices because of that. And then when they get there, the conditions are different. They then have to, just deal with what they've got in front of them. And I think if they knew what they were actually going to have, then I'm sure decisions would be different. So, ocean sailing, they're dealing with much bigger parameters, much bigger decisions, bigger systems that come through. And now that we're into these this more land effect coastal racing, they have to be really dealing with what's happening right now.
Well, what's happening right now for us is we are going to take a quick break here. We will see MAPFRE and Brunell into the dock in about 10 minutes. I think we'll come back on. And between now and then, we'll take a look on the tracker as where the rest of the teams still are on their way to the finish line. We now have third place team MAPFRE getting towards the dock here in The Hague. You can see it's still raining down there, hence the hoods up on board. And I think on the docks as well. Plenty of hoods to stick through the massive rain squalls that have just come out.
No, that's a good flake on the main. Look at that. Even, uniform.
Although it's a bright light on the bowman up there, I don't think you're allowed to have a headlamp that bright when you're actually racing. We keep seeing the pretty tidy stern lines of Alvimedica.
Ship shape.
Looks like a good little village there as well with the Ferris wheel behind.
I think images of tomorrow will be amazing. The crowds coming into the stopover.
It's unfortunate that it was nighttime finishing. Well, unfortunately, of course, because it's now 4:30 in the morning, but also because we couldn't quite see the spectator boats that were out there. We weren't allowed to send the heli flying at night, so we didn't get a real impression of what it was actually like. It sounded like MAPFRE, especially saying they couldn't see the finish line because there were so many spectator boats. But they could see the dock. We found the finish line, GPS-wise. Here's Iker, the skipper, who we were speaking with earlier.
Bit of fender.
Looks quite cold still as well with the wool hats.
So we ought to remind everybody that, you know, the normal frenzied shore crew that jump on and start stripping the boat out, getting sails off, none of that can happen. This boat is still under race condition and nothing comes off but the sailors and their own little kit bags. And they get a night in a real bed, and then they turn up to go racing again on Saturday. I think I saw Canute on the dock.
Yeah, we did just see Canute soaking wet, it looks like. CEO of the Volvo Ocean Race, he's been out there calling the finish lines for us.
The wetter and gnarly it is, the better.
He's just giving the hug to Xavi there. Xavi's still looking like Frankenstein with that tiny headlamp on.
And you can see when the camera panned up to the crowd up on the dock, you can see their flags, just how wet and windy it is. So well done. Congratulations to all the spectators that have stayed out. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
Sticking it out on a long night here. And we've got Jo. She actually looks like she's managed to stay a little bit dry there. Good musto jacket on for all of these guys. Here's Iker lining up with Jo, and we will listen into this interview. Skipper of MAPFRE, Iker Martinez, who just stepped back on for this
Okay,
leg.
so
Here's Jo.
I'm joined on the dock with Iker Martinez, the skipper of MAPFRE. So, Iker, welcome to The Hague. Third over the timeline, almost halfway towards Gothenburg. Was it pretty stressful when you hit the decision to go north or south, and you saw that Alvimedica and Brunell, the two closest competitors, were splitting?
No, not at all. What is hard is to be fighting against the exclusion zones and protests and all these kind of things that we have in Volvo, no? But sailing is great, and these decisions tactically are fantastic, you know, is amazing for us. We get fun, and I mean, in terms of sailing, was very good. I think was good fun for all of us. Congratulations to Alvimedica, because they did very good, and thank you very much to Scheveningen, because I see so much people at that time when everyone want to be sleeping. So thank you very much.
So how do you handle? You've got nearly 30 hours until you set off on Saturday for the second half, the final part of the Volvo Ocean Race this edition. How do you handle as a team the psychology of having a break in between racing? Do you keep on your watch system over the next few hours, or do you just go to bed?
No, we don't sleep much, obviously, but yeah, we had some time to sleep in this leg. Was not as hard as maybe we were thinking it could be. It was hard in the beginning, but was a kind of a long inshore race.
Okay, thank you very much and welcome to The Hague. We'll see you up on the stage as soon as you've just washed off the deck. Of course, they've got to stay in race mode here in The Hague. So they're going to seal everything, and race management will go on board and make sure that the boat is all in order.
So as Joe has just been saying, race management goes on board and seals everything essentially. As we were saying, the shore crew not allowed on, only the sailors. And not a lot of repairs or really any breakages, though, that we've heard of, correct?
Absolutely, and if there were any repairs needing to be done, the crew would have to do that themselves. There's no shore crew coming on board to fix anything. You know, luckily the conditions, you know, probably the conditions they've just had has been the windiest that they've seen.
I think they had, just as they rounded the northwest coast of France, they had about 30 knots for like an hour.
For a very short time, yeah.
They went from 6 knots to 30, and then back down to what we saw later on was very light this morning on the south end of the English Channel, but making it look nice and tidy with the mainsail cover.
Packing up nice and quick. And you could see that Ika was pretty tired there. You know, even the interview, he just wanted to get done and get into bed for some sleep, because that's, you know, from a tactical point of view, the most sleep that they can have from here on in, the better they are for the next 2-day sprint, where I doubt they'll sleep much up to Gothenburg.
Exactly, yeah. Two and a half, probably about the same amount of time we got here. Saturday to what we've heard could be Monday night, maybe Tuesday into Gothenburg. Just about the same exact sprint time that we've had here. It's tough that it's like one night in a bed, and then you sort of think starting racing again the next day, but thinking it's 2.5 days of really, as they're saying, little 20-minute naps here and there, just power naps for everybody. It's difficult. It's not easy, but at this point, it's been the end of a 9-month marathon, so you're going, I can just last till the end.
And there are so many points on the scoreboard to gain and lose, so, you know, like they all say, we can sleep in Gothenburg. Big push.
We have essentially an overall race winner with Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing. They're 8 points clear of the rest of the pack now, but then very close Dongfeng race team, Team Brunell. Team Brunell sits second, 2 points ahead of Dongfeng, who's 2 points ahead of MAPFRE, who's 2 points ahead of Alvimedica. So it all could switch if those positions mix up just a little bit.
And we're looking at fairly light and tricky conditions on the next leg. We don't have a lot of detail on the routing yet, but you know, certainly a little bit lighter. You know, and many different headlands and, you know, traps on the way up as well.
It's going to be quite interesting.
And we'll be live on the tracker.
Yeah.
So that's been a really fascinating thing on this leg to know that every time you look at the tracker, we're live and see exactly every move of the fleet as they come in. And like we are seeing here, we've got yellow line of Abu Dhabi Ocean Race racing, and then Vestas, and then SCA coming in.
It looks like Abu Dhabi is leading this threesome. Then it should be Vestas across the line in front of SCA. They're coming in from windward, but they have enough breeze that this sort of slightly more downwind angle could be still faster. Now we've got some fans who really are sticking it out there in The Hague. Team Brunel fans clearly with their yellow flags flying here to support the Dutch team. That has been a long night for these guys.
And well done and congratulations to them.
Long night and quite wet from what we hear. Maybe they retreated and were able to make it back out now as Brunel's coming towards the dock. It's a lot. It's a lot of people to be there at 4:30 in the morning. I think at this point it's, no, 4:45. It hasn't been quite that long. But Bauer will be happy.
Yeah, I think, you know, either way, this pit stop, they know that this isn't the final thing, even though they may be disappointed with the result or happy with the result. You can see, you know, the rhetoric that we heard from Charlie. It was, okay, we've done well. We've got a bit of a buffer, but it's still a long race, and you know, anything can change. So I don't think anyone will be too sad or too too happy at this point. Everyone will be pretty quiet about, you know, how it is, and they'll be quietly pleased or, you know, negative, and then they'll really hit it hard on Saturday.
What about Ian Walker though? I mean, the one team, Ian and his team.
You know, Ian never stops racing, whether it's a practice race or whether it's a Wednesday night beer can race. He's just as competitive in every element. You know, we've seen that through the Pro-Am races and even the practice races. They push really hard. We have to have onboard umpiring in those situations as well. He does. You know, he said before this leg, even though they've won outright, they still wanted a podium finish, just the same as every brief from every leg. They've wanted a podium finish. So he'll be a little bit disappointed at this stage, but you know, again, he'll know that it's not a finish yet. So, but no, it's been a bit tricky for them. You know, I'll be very interested to see if there was any kind of psychological change on the boat. You know, whether the crew didn't push quite as hard. I doubt it very much. I'm sure that crew will have been pushing just as hard as in any other leg. But we've seen so many times with the tidal gates and the splits that, you know, you only have to be ahead a little bit further and the rich get richer.
What we could see there, speed-wise, was interesting. We had Abu Dhabi doing well with about 18 or 19, and then we had Vestas out a little bit further north doing 20 knots, with SEA still in a bit lighter breeze, just doing 16 knots. Okay, now Vestas is down. So maybe what we're seeing here is just surfing numbers with the Vestas guys at least coming in on sort of that same line that Team Brunell came in on. So a bit better of a downwind angle allows for surfs and those big speed differences, 16 to 20 knots as they go on each wave. But wow, here's huge numbers for 4:45 in the morning.
I think someone's just told Holland that Brunel's coming in and the pubs have emptied.
The Dutch team's arriving.
The bars and clubs have emptied, and here they are.
For once, they're not all in orange. It's Team Brunel's a yellow team. So we saw a lot of orange earlier with Alvimedica, but now we are seeing full-on Team Brunel supporters here. And these guys are hardcore. It has been pouring rain for the last almost hour, and it's almost 5 in the morning. So maybe many of them came in from the sailboats that were just out in the bay.
Yeah.
Now making it back into the village. We're essentially waiting here for Bauer, Becking, and the Dutch team to get to the dock. You can see they are pulling in just off the bow of Dongfeng race team. Dock lines at the ready, fenders at the ready. Not quite the pace that Dongfeng had earlier.
Well, it seems like as I said, there's still a lot of windage on the mast. There's a lot of wind. So they'll need to be keeping the boat fairly fast just to keep some steerage in. And I'm sure it'll be Bauer on the helm. He likes to dock his own boat. And this will be a moment that they will have been motivated to see, passing the dock lines in their home country, the Netherlands. There we go.
Bauer can finally leave the wheel. Actually able to leave the wheel.
And there's his famous boots. Look at that. I've got a close up on the boots.
The camo boots. Yeah, you can just see. He is a tall man as well.
He loves those boots.
And it was his birthday 2 days ago. Essentially, we said earlier, his birthday present from the ocean was a big wad of kelp around his keel, unfortunately, so it slowed them from first to deep in the pack. But I think the only thing he would prefer to do than sail is be with his family on his birthday, but he seemed pretty happy to be sailing. Racing in the Volvo Ocean Race. This race means a lot to him, with this as his 7th lap around the world. There's a dock line being secured on the winch. Adam Minoprio, whose birthday is today, right now, June 19th.
Yeah, happy birthday, Adam. You were trying to work out how many sailors recently have had their birthdays or just about to have their birthday.
Oh, it's unreal. Adam's birthday is today. Nico's birthday was yesterday. Bauer's birthday was the day before, and Iker Martinez's birthday was the day before that. So 3 skippers plus Adam Minoprio, who essentially was the youngest guy to ever win the Match Racing World Championships at just 24. He did the last Volvo with Camper Emirates Team New Zealand. So he's possibly a skipper, future skipper in the making of the Volvo Ocean Race. Just a lot of legends in 4 days there in terms of this fleet.
And you were chatting in one of your Inside Track shows to Kenny Reid, and you glibly asked him, when's your birthday? What did he say?
Next week, exactly. That was just a couple hours
Here we
ago.
go. You can hear the crowds now. Look at that.
It's Johnny Partman
the
going
kids
to greet
are up.
his family.
They must be fairly dazed, but they know that's Daddy. And of course, he's back on the boat.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the
There we go
Hague,
with Joe.
have we got any fans of Team Brunel? It's 4:45 in the morning. What kind of time do you call this?
Fantastisch dat jullie allemaal hier zijn. Hartelijk dank. Super.
So, Bauer, 4:45 in the morning, and it is actually lined. The race village is lined with fans and flags. I mean, this is incredible to see the support, and also how amazing this 3-day stopover pit stop is.
Yeah, for us it's going to be an amazing stopover. Even it's 48 hours, so even a little bit less. But most of all, we're home, and that's of course that's a big thing.
So you are fourth into the pit stop here. Unfortunately, the teams that you were trying to cover came in just before you. Do you think that it's going to be enough time difference to be able to do it? Do you think the team's got it in them?
Well, I think actually the order is of course not what we wished for, but at least they didn't get away from us, and that was the main thing. That was always our plan. Stay to the guys. Alvimedica did a tremendous job. We always thought the Norse was better, and Alvimedica slipped very nicely through. But once Dongfeng and MAPFRE went Norse, we said we have to stick to our game plan as well and stay with them.
So what's it looking like on Saturday, or is it a little bit too early to tell? Do you think that the exit from here is going to be beneficial for, say, a little bit later start than 12?
We haven't looked that far yet, so we'll see that later this afternoon.
Okay, well, welcome to The Hague, to Bauer and to all of Team Brunel. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Team Brunel!
So he's done essentially what he needs to do, keep the boats in touch. They're 2 points ahead of Dongfeng. Dongfeng is, at this point, 2 points ahead of them in this leg with MAPFRE. But that would leave them tied, and as the tiebreak stands, it's Import Series scoreboard, which I'm just going to pull that up here. The scoreboard has Brunel on top by... give me 1 second here, you guys. Import Series scoreboard has Team Brunel second with Dongfeng sixth, but it's only 31 points to 36. So essentially that could change in Gothenburg. So it is all to play for, even if this point stayed as it is, Dongfeng with MAPFRE in between them leaving the tiebreak, that would leave the Gothenburg import race to be the decider for them.
Yeah, and just as we predicted, initially the sailors, the teams didn't really invest much thought to the import races, but after the first leg and seeing how close the boats would be, all of a sudden the import races really did become back in play, and that tiebreaker was looking like really going to play out. But it was a pretty philosophical bow-becking there from Team Brunel. He was, he's obviously tired. He would like the result to be different, but I don't think he was too upset. He knows that it's all going to start again and work it all out tomorrow.
Well, coming up after this, I'm sure we'll have a very philosophical Ian Walker as well on the top of the leaderboard in both the overall and the import series. They're about 30 minutes out from the finish line now, so we'll take a quick break. We will check out where the rest of the fleet, that's Abu Dhabi, Team Vestas Wind, and Team SCA are, and we'll come back just shortly before they cross the line. We are back in race control now with Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing getting very close to the line. We have skipper Ian Walker on a live X. Ian, you haven't done quite as well as you would have hoped in this leg. But how are you guys feeling on board? Are you disappointed for not having done that well, or is it the race is in the bag and it is what it is?
Hey Jenny, Justin Ladry here. Ian's quite good.
Hey Justin, we can hear you, but only just barely. Is it possible for you to cover your mic or maybe turn backwards for us, just so we have less wind noise? I think unfortunately we are hearing you on a different mic than the one you're speaking into, so we're going to have to figure that out. Perhaps if you could ask Matt Knighton to line up. It sounds like you're on an ambient mic now instead of the headset mic. We can see they're doing 20.6 knots, pretty solidly now actually, and quite heeled, so maybe the breeze has built again. Ian on the helm at this point, and Parko, right? Cavell on the grinder there.
On the grinder, yeah.
You can see Matt Knighton there trying to go sort out what's happening with the mics.
Yeah, Just testing all those points. There's a mic input slot on both helms, just on the pedestal there.
Let's try that again, Justin. It looks like he's switched you now. So we have Justin Slattery on the line, and now we're not quite sorted out with him yet, unfortunately. I think he can hear us, so he's trying to talk back, but we can't hear him yet.
Well, certainly, while we've got visuals here, you can see how rough it is. A little bit of spray coming over the foredeck.
That looks quite healed, doesn't it, at this angle? I mean, if you think about it, to the audience, the horizon line should be straight, so that's the amount of heel. It almost looks exactly like it's 45 degrees there.
So the aft camera gimbals, but this one is stuck on this angle, and you can see, aha.
We're seeing this is the stage welcoming ceremony to Team Brunell, welcoming them to The Hague with some Dutch presence.
And Bauer, you've got a special
Listen
birthday
in.
present there. I believe that...
Very cute to see them on the stage there, but now I think we have the audio sorted with Abu Dhabi. So we'll try again. Justin, I think you heard our question earlier, but it was, how is your team feeling about your position here? You're clearly going to be disappointed, but is it okay in the long run because of the overall scores?
Yes, I guess we're quite happy. We're 3 days closer to the overall finish of the race, but we all like to do well in these races, so we don't particularly like to come in at this end of the flight. But it is what it is. We have to live by our decisions, and we'll come out fighting on Saturday and see can we make a difference on the way up to Gothenburg. But the mood is still pretty good on board.
It looks a heck of a lot windier than what we saw earlier, and it's looking like you have multiple reefs in the mainsail. How much breeze do you have, and how many reefs are you going now?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's been all or nothing. We've been drifting around and literally no breeze at all night, and now we've got 19, 20 knots, and we're doing 17 to 18 knots boat speed. One reef in the main and a fractional zero up, just blasting along the Dutch shore here.
Okay, and do you know how far you guys are from the finish line here? Are you talking about that?
Yeah, we've just come inside 4 miles now, so very, very close, just minutes away.
What do you think the turning point was in this leg, Jetty? I mean, there were a lot of turns, actual maneuvers on the race course, rounding tips of land. But what was sort of the big decision making in your mind?
Well, clearly the decision to go east or west of the traffic separation zone coming up the English Channel was a huge choice. We chose the eastern option, and all our weather reading, all our planning, everything kind of pointed that direction, but it wasn't to be. Alvimedica clearly got through there, but we just fell off the back of the breeze as they just managed to hang on, and once you fall off that, it got pretty ugly for us. We ended up VMGing upwind and some very, very light breeze, then VMGing downwind before VMGing upwind again, all in very, very light, kind of sub-5, sub-8 knots of breeze. So pretty painful, and lost quite a few miles there. Alvimedica obviously finishing some 30 miles ahead of us this morning. So yeah, and meanwhile, all the while we're watching the guys, or every sked we could see the guys over on the western side just keep on moving and making really good headway off the track. So yeah, pretty difficult to watch, but yeah, you got to live by your decisions, and unfortunately that one didn't quite go our way.
Hey Justin, Mark Cavell here. Hi. Well, welcome to Holland.
Hey Mark, how you doing?
Yeah, good. This is a question we've sort of asked and run by some of the other teams as well, but you're so used to working from pretty accurate grid files, and now you're coastal sailing, with macro climates on every headland. How much has that affected you, not being able to trust the grid files?
Oh well, we put a lot of reliability into grid files, but we also check in with what's actually happening on the water all the time. So the coastal racing is definitely proven to be very tricky and very demanding on Sci-Fi and Ian, demanding that they're up pretty much 24/7 and keeping an eye on things. So So it does change the game quite a lot in that respect. It puts a lot more pressure on those guys.
So I'm not saying your tactics were off on this first half, because I know that there were lots of splits. That some boats got a bit of kelp around their keel and things, which changed things around. But are you going to change any of your tactics or the way you hit these short legs for the next, the second half of leg 9?
No, I don't think so, not at all. No, I think we actually we sailed well most of the time. I think a few little things didn't go our way, and it's the small little things that just make the difference. They escalate, and all of a sudden they're miles. So, no, I think our approach is fine. We just need to make a few more of our decisions go our way, I guess. So.
Did it just start raining where you are?
No, it's just a spray over the deck right now.
Ah, copy. Okay.
Yeah.
But it has been.
We're sailing a pretty hot angle at the moment, and a few sails flapping and a lot of spray around.
Juddy, the difference, your delta coming into the restart. How do you feel? Do you feel that it's still very much open, or do you feel that you've got a pecking order here that's going to be difficult to turn round?
I'd always remain optimistic about it. I guess it's some 4, maybe 5 hours difference from the first of the fleet to the last of the fleet coming into Scheveningen here. But we're restarting in what I believe is going to be very, very light upwind conditions. And having done that leg or a similar leg twice before, there's a lot of shutdowns and a lot of obstacles to come, and you can never say never with these races. So we'll come out fighting. It's going to be pretty difficult when someone like Alvimedica will clearly have a 4 or 5 hour lead, but a lot can also happen in that kind of a short leg.
You guys just went 2 guys on the grinder. Why is that?
Just 2 guys. We're just about to furl the staysail right now.
Copy. Okay.
Just getting rid of a little bit of sail area.
And what's the reasoning? Is it because you're close to the finish, or is it because it's windy enough you don't need it anymore?
Close to the finish, and we've got a bit on laying the next point, so we're either going to get rid of a staysail or put a reef in. Still making our minds up right now.
So what are you currently to, Reese?
Kind of on the verge of wiping out all the while along here.
It's you can't really tell. You sound so calm, Juddy. You can tell by the angle.
See his face. He's got plenty on at the moment.
Yeah, you can see by the way he stands on the wheel as well.
How is my old friend doing? How's Ian?
Yeah, he's good. It's been a long, tough race for all of us. So I think we're very excited to come towards the end. It's just all these days that they seem to take longer than ever. So. No, we're all in pretty good spirits. We're just keen to finish just a little part of the job off right now, and can get across the finish line in one piece. Yeah.
Can you see the finish line yet, Juddy?
I can't from where I have. All I can see is the back of a coach roof right now, but I'm pretty sure the guys can. You see the finish line up there, Sci-Fi?
I see him looking at his tablet. That's Sci-Fi to the right of screen there with the dark cap on. Looking down at an iPad essentially. But what did he just call, Justin?
2 miles at 48 heading.
And what boat speed are you guys doing
we're
currently?
Nearing in. We're getting quite close now. We're still doing 16, 17 knots of boat speed.
Hey Justin, when's the last time you managed a full normal watch? And how outside the watch systems have you been playing?
Well, myself and Darrell have been kind of watch partners, so we got pretty hosed last night. I think we're up for 16 hours straight now. I think over an 8 hour period yesterday we did 7 peels and 7 or 8 tacks, so give you some idea of the kind of workload. Each maneuver probably takes 10 minutes. Every kind of tack probably takes the same. So yeah, it's definitely a lot of sleep deprivation going on. But You know, nothing we're not used to at this sort of stage in the race.
What's the eating pattern for you guys? I know your team does it a little bit differently there because you all, I think, just eat on your own, make your own meals when you're hungry. But how do you deal with that when you're up without really taking off watches?
Yeah, we're not very social creatures on here. We eat alone, but no, we have individual meals, which has actually made a huge difference. People choose basically off the menu. We get to eat exactly what we want to eat when we want to eat it. So net result is, I think, compared to previous races, we've been eating far better and far more, and staying healthier and stronger as a result. So I think it's worked out really well for us.
Do you think if you were actually to put
between
like
myself and Parco, we're never one to miss our meals. So.
If you were to put a performance percentage on that, what do you think it actually has affected your at least your personal performance in the race?
Huge. I think coming into this end of the race, I've certainly never finished a Volvo race in as good a shape as I am now. Normally pretty run down and pretty tired and pretty weak at this end of the race, but I feel pretty good condition, you know. So I think that's a testament to the kind of food we've been eating, but also to the type of training we've done prior to the race, and yeah, all the preparation work really. So I think we did a lot of things right on that end of things.
Now, we can see you getting very close to the finish, so do let us know when you get real close, and we'll see you over the line. But I've got a quick question that I know that you realise that there are other lots of different places still up for grabs on the podium. How much of that have you had in your mind as far as just trying to keep out of the way of the others, or does nothing change and you just race as hard as you've always done?
Nothing changes. We just race as hard as we can. You know, we'd have liked nothing more to come in on the podium or to win this leg. But it's not over yet. You know, we're just at the kind of halfway or Rotterdam stage. So a lot of golf left in this hole yet.
Well done. You get maximum points for getting that quote in.
Have a lot more to play for. It can.
It's amazing.
We're pretty used to that one, I'm sure.
We've got the black and white has just turned to full color now, so we're getting the feeling that it is actually morning. The sun's come out on board your boat, even though it is cloudy. You must be able to see the finish line at this point. Well, I guess maybe you can't, but you guys are all looking for it on board, correct?
Yeah, Sci-Fi has his eyes set on the finish line, so we've just been joined by a brigade of onlookers and lifeboats and everything else. So yeah, we're obviously very, very close here. I can see I think what's the finishing line, monitoring the boat at the moment, just under the boom here. So any moment now we should be across.
Maybe we'll let you count it down because we actually can't see it at all. Not looking backwards.
Okay. Is this the finishing line here, Si? The blue boat, is it?
You can see them all looking around. Everyone wants to see that mark, even if it's only 2 boat lengths. It doesn't matter.
Yes. Sci-Fi is just on the radio to the race committee right now.
It sounds like that is it. They've crossed. Sci-Fi's now talking to them. They've crossed the finish line at
Yes,
Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing. There we go, and all going into positions. So 5th place there into the Hague, but essentially it's not an actual 5th place. It's just a restart in that position. Thank you so much, Juddy, for taking the time with us. We can let you get back to work here if you need to go help in the grinding. I think he's off, actually. Yeah, you can see Matt Knighton coming on, but there we go. Actual footage from the rib of the boat. It does look like it's quite stormy out there now. Big swell.
Finishing the benefit of a bit of sunshine, a bit of sunlight at least.
So the deltas for them behind Alvimedica, 3 hours, 53 minutes, so almost 4 hours. That means they'll restart at 4 p.m. on Saturday, or 3:53 essentially. But as Juddy said, they're fine on board with that. They've got the overall lead. They've got the Import Series lead as well.
Now, whenever you see film of a sea condition, it proverbially always flattens it out. But what we're seeing here is we can actually see quite short, sharp waves. So that means that they're doubly big in real life, reality.
They haven't quite finished furling up their staysail, actually. On it now, though, you can see it getting smaller and smaller. There we go. I thought they had furled that earlier. I wonder if they were flying a 3-rig staysail. I doubt it. Still quite fast with just a mainsail.
Yeah, so Ian just coming up into wind now, getting ready to drop the main to get it off the lock.
So that's Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing there. We have been speaking about how they're leading on the overall leaderboard with 8 points. It's basically been 8 years in the making as well for Ian Walker to be able to take a Volvo Ocean Race win. Let's take a look.
The first feeling you have when you win something like this is is the vindication for everything you've done, every decision you've made, the people you've hired, the planning, all the thoughts, all the shall we do this, shall we do that, none of that matters anymore. What you've done must have been right because you've won the race, and all the sacrifice, being away from your family long periods of time. I said at the start of the race I want to win this race so that my daughters can say their daddy won the Volvo Ocean Race, and now I've done it, so pretty exciting. I got a stupid grin on my face. It might take a while to wipe it off. This is a chapter of my life. This has taken 8 years of work, to get to here. And it's 8 years of work, and that means I've spent most of those 8 years away from home, away from my kids, away from my wife, and all of a sudden, all of that's worthwhile. And I can't wait to pick up the phone to my wife and kids, and I'm sure someone's going to burst into tears. If it's not them, it'll be me. Really chuffed. I mean, think of Justin Satchis. He's 3 times he sailed around the world with me. Like, he didn't give up on me. And not to mention, Abu Dhabi and everybody back there. I can't imagine what the papers are going to be like, and I can't wait to make the phone call to say we've done it, and thanks for standing by us after the last race. I couldn't be more pleased with everybody in the team. I mean, obviously everybody thinks of the sailors of the boat, and I hired the best guys I could in the world and gave them the right tools to do the job, and then I tried not to get in their way too much. And I can't speak high enough about everybody on the boat. But without everybody on the shore team, they wouldn't stand a chance. And I don't think there's any other team in this race that basically hasn't broken anything. The boat has been absolutely faultless, and the sails and the mast the whole way around the world. And that's because of all the hours and dedication put in by the shore team. It just goes to show, if you make a good plan and you get good people, then things can happen good for you. Does this mean I don't have to do it again? I think that's the best thing. I don't have to do it again. This is great.
You can crash out if you want. You know him quite well. You've won an Olympic medal with him. That's essentially his big stupid grin, as he says, on his face.
Well, I could tell you now, when I stood up on a Olympic rostrum with him back in Sydney in 2000, I had the more stupid grin. So I know what that feels like. But no, great vindication of all those decisions he's made along the way. And it hasn't been an easy road. Both for Green Dragon and Abu Dhabi in the last 2 editions. And I think the whole one design element has really played into his hands. And and he also knows that lots of other things could have gone wrong. He broke his mast in the first leg of the last edition, 6 hours into the race, so he knows that he's been lucky as well.
Well, a team that has had something go wrong and is now back in the race, Team Vestas Wind, we have them on the line. They are 3 miles to the finish at this point. I think we have onboard reporter Brian Carlin with us. Can you hear us, Brian?
Morning, Jenny. Morning, how's things?
Good morning, Brian. Things are good, although you're coming across quite soft. But the winches are quite loud, so we're getting audio from your boat.
Like that. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you. Yeah, we need to hear that Irish accent loud and clear to be able to understand it, to have any hope of understanding it. How's the mood on board? You're clearly not in the second place that you guys were in last leg. Are they disappointed, or is everyone okay?
Well, it's obviously never nice to be coming in towards the end of the pack, but I think it was one of those things that Nick will probably explain to you when you get in. It was timing issue on some of those tidal gigs, and particularly in Ras the Seine when Alvimedica was literally a boat length away and managed to just squeeze ahead of us and get a tiny little bit of pressure coming out, and they kept their lead by doing that and then extended. I think those guys I'm not sure, I haven't seen it yet, but I presume those guys have come in first place. So we had a battle then obviously with the girls and the ZAM, and it was kind of funny. We had a battle with the girls for trying to take first off them in the last leg, and now we're here trying to give each other the last spot. It was a role reversal. It was kind of funny like that, but that's the way it goes. This is yacht racing. It doesn't work out the way you want it all the time.
How much of this leg have you guys seen Team SCA near you?
Pretty much all of it, to be honest. There hasn't been much where we've seen a ZAM and Alvimedica a lot at the very start, and then SCA towards the middle and the end. So yeah, but we're happy to be in, and it's been a little bit longer than expected, and our food was running low. So you know, we're looking forward to some food, a bit of a steak, and a bit of a sleep. And it's still all to play for. We still have a trip up north to come yet. So fingers crossed.
How about this weather bringing you into The Hague? I mean, essentially it was a very light leg, and now you have 20 plus knots and rain squalls, or at least a lot of wetness on board. Is that what you were hoping for, or is that essentially you would have rather just stayed dry at the end?
No, I think earlier on, maybe earlier, was it today or yesterday, I'm not sure, maybe like 12 or 18 hours ago, as we were coming through the English Channel, we were expecting a bit more breeze. We thought that was where the most was going to come from initial routing, but it didn't happen. And this breeze, we thought we were going to go northwest. So we were hoping if it did, we'd pick up that breeze. Being on the south side of the channel, it would have been a better option, but it never came, and we sat there with a masthead zero and a full main, looking for breeze. It was a bit bizarre, but that's just the way it went. The guys in the north did well, fair play to them.
Hey Brian, Mark here. Nice to hear your voice. So there was a bit of good. There was a bit of chat back in Lorient and Lisbon about you just having some fresher sails on board Team Vestas Wind. When you've been boat on boat in similar conditions, have you noticed a little bit of an edge?
Actually, funny that. I think a lot of people have been saying that there'll be newer sails and it's going to be faster and all the rest, but what we have had a disadvantage of is time together on the water, trying to actually get these and it's actually trying to match boat speed is probably one of the more difficult things we're struggling with at the minute. Straight line speed is not our strong point at the minute, and that's, I think, just a matter of having a lack of time in the boat. And that's what it's down to. So maybe that offsetted with the new sails is probably making us thereabouts competitive than fleet. If we had more time, fresher sails, who knows?
Brian, we can't quite see where you are. Are you up on deck or are you down below?
I'm right here.
Unfortunately, we're on the rib cam right now, so we're not actually seeing your right here. But there we go. In the hatch. Hello, Brian. Good to see you. Now you can give us a wave. So I'm seeing you have your three grinders all lined up on the three pedestals. Is that how you often roll in breeze, or have you not really sorted that out yet?
No, this is just because normally you wouldn't, but since we're all coming in and everybody's waiting now to get everybody on the grinders, putting pressure in.
It's actually getting really hard to hear, Brian. You can see the yellow mark just to the right of Team Vestas Wind. They've just crossed the line in the pit stop in The Hague, in 6th place here. A little bit difficult, I think, because all the sails were being eased as they bore away. So
Brian's going to need to get out of that pit area. There's going to be a lot going on.
Brian will be cleared up here. Thanks, though, Brian, for joining us, and we will let him go and get to his job and get out of the way of the sails being furled. It went from dark to daylight very, very, very quickly.
I'm glad he answered that last question because, obviously there's been a fair bit of chat, but I knew that the answer that he gave was going to be the way they were feeling.
About the three guys on the grinders?
Well, no, just the fact that they feel that they're not as race ready, and that the other teams have perfected their boat speed. So any tiny little gain they might have by fresher sails And also, speaking personally, looking at the sails, I have not seen them close up, but I see pictures of them every day. I'm amazed at the condition of the sails that have sailed around the world. Really, really good condition.
Yeah, if you think
They
overall
really put
race
up.
leader just finished 11 minutes in front of his guys, and they've sailed around the world and are winning, then it's not a bad place for them to be just 11 minutes behind Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. And he also brought up a very interesting point and very valid, the fact that it was only tiny little splits, almost down to a back eddy of a little bit of current, where the one boat sneaked ahead and just crawled around the headland and bore away, and they were off. And if that happened to you just a little bit late, then that's how we've seen these splits between these teams.
See their bow team going for it up on the bow. Simeon, I think the one in orange there, the new bowman who joined for the last leg, along with Tom Addis, the guy in orange in the back with the black hat on, the new navigator who joined for the last leg. Coming out of the blocks in second on the first leg back was a very, very impressive feat for Team Vestas Wind.
Absolutely.
Very impressive feat. Beautiful, huge waves here. This is really nice. Nico, of course, another Olympian. We were speaking about Ian Walker's Olympic past earlier, and yours, of course, Mark, but good to see him having fun on these waves.
He's just waving the camera boat out the way. They're going to turn left, helm down, and up into the wind and get that main down. Here we go.
We're able to deal with this with just 3 guys on the bows. It's pretty good. Pretty good team. The rest of them cleaning up in the back, it looks like.
And of course, they're looking to do this nice and quickly because they really want to get in, get tied up, and get some sleep.
See,
you can
that's
really
just
see
the
that really
entrance to
complicated conditions, aren't they?
Yeah.
Really, really confused sea.
Entrance to the harbor that Knut was talking about, breaking waves earlier. And just a small point, but Vestas, the boat used to have a different paint scheme when it first came out, and now it's essentially just one color because that is the fastest way that they could get the boat ready, one paint scheme out the door and off to Lisbon. It was incredible to actually be able to get the turnaround that they did, to be able to get it. We've got Team SCA now ripping in as well, doing 18 knots, having just rounded the corner. I think they are only 8 miles away, so still probably about 20 minutes away. 19 knots. Nice conditions, though.
I still rejoice in the fact that Team Vestas Wind got back on the line and can really play a part in these final stages of this race. So yeah, they'll be wanting to get the sails down and get in as efficiently as they possibly can so they can get their heads down and start resting up before what everybody is saying is going to be a very intense second half of leg 9.
And so we've brought it up a couple times, but just to reiterate to anyone who's new, the second half, the restart, starts on Saturday at midday. And that's Alvimedica, and then the rest of the teams in order with the times that they've finished here. We saw essentially an hour and a half, and then it goes to 2 hours, 3:50 and 4 for the team that just crossed the line. Team Vestas Wind, here is the exact departure times and the deltas. So Alvimedica, they'll be starting at UTC 10 o'clock is 12 o'clock for those of us in Europe. As you can see, the rest of the times after that, Team Vestas Wind will start 4 hours later. So really, it's only, as the countdown says, 1 day, 6 hours is not a lot of time for sailors to be ashore before being fully racing again.
Yeah, it'll be quite strange for a lot of sailors. Just, they're already into an intense pattern, and they're going to put their head down, and they'll still be, the adrenaline will still be pumping. It'll be quite difficult to get to sleep, and then they'll fall into a deep sleep just before, and it's time to get up. And some of the teams, certainly Team Brunell, will have quite a lot of media work to do. See the fans will want to be seeing them, and they'll be really feeling that they need to really invest in their own stopover. So they'll pretty sure they'll be getting back onto the boat, not having as much rest as some of the other boats.
Yeah, probably not. So the team we're waiting for now, Team SCA, we had them winning the last leg. Unfortunately, they're not winning to this one, but here was the support they had on shore for the magenta boat.
The boats are on the Bay of Biscay with Team SCA leading.
Team in first place.
And we are very proud to see Team SCA ahead for this leg.
We are a little bit excited.
You're excited, but we're not talking about it. English saying, don't count your chickens before they hatch, you know?
Butterflies in my stomach. So I should not think about it.
They're sailing well. That's what it is.
Just go girls, we love you, and it would be great if they win.
We are showing the rest of the world that we can do it.
What does the sign say?
Pink is my favorite color. That's cool. We're just radioing to say we love your flag. Pink is your favorite color, but technically.
You couldn't hear her at the end there, but she was basically saying, I see your sign, it says pink is our favorite color, but it's actually magenta. It's kind of funny. They had a support boat near them with pink is your favorite color as a title on the
magenta.
boat.
Look, that's magenta.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that it was magenta otherwise.
Was before I started this race.
This is SCA, 18 knots, but still about 8 miles away from the finish line. They do always have a good support team of family, friends, and fans on shore.
So it'll be interesting to see, because obviously Sam Davis has done a lot of sailing along this coastline that they've just raced up. So she'll be feeling fairly disappointed that they didn't use some of that local knowledge of hers to do better. And there was a couple of splits, noticeably behind one headland, that it took them 3 or 4 goes to actually. They sailed up to the tidal gate where the current was pushing very heavily against them with very little wind, and they nudged it. They started to drop back. They had to spin round, keep the boat speed going, almost sail back against their course, do another corner, sit behind the headland.
On the tracker, it looked like 3 big circles.
Wait for another little puff, and then push through. And they finally got through. So it was very brave of them to split from the fleet there, but they've got to try everything.
Essentially, on the wide tracker here, it was just on the bottom of the screen left where that was happening to SCA.
You can scroll back along.
And then they were actually able to get back into the race there. They cut back up to 4th and 5th at points, so it wasn't the end of the leg for them. It was not an easy scenario, as Sam said. They had talked with some of her local knowledge friends as well a couple times, and they decided to go for it. And they needed that one puff to get them through.
And Jenny, we've used this analogy before in race finishes and talking about the leg. I see a lot of this racing very similar to when you're following a friend in a car across a city with a bunch of traffic lights. If the car ahead of you just gets through that traffic light, they then extend away and they can, make 3 or 4 green lights ahead of you, and they'll get to the destination a lot further. And you stop at a red, and it just closes off your options. And with all these tidal gates and these decisions, you heard Brian just a little earlier saying that they just lost the opportunity to get through some of these gates, and they watched the competitors pull away in front. So this is what I think these teams further back in the course will really be licking their wounds over, the fact that they were literally right there.
They were very close.
And boat just crawls away. And we've also had some of the teams report about getting a bit of kelp, seaweed,
a lot of kelp.
Around the keel, and actually having to stop, drop someone over the side, clear the kelp, and all the time then they're not moving while their competitors are sailing away.
Dongfeng sent someone under the water.
Yeah.
Thomas Rousseau, I think. And then we had Brunell did a back down, and then Abu Dhabi sent a guy over the side. So they've all dealt with it differently, which was quite a funny way of...
sailed past a few hundred lobster pots,
Yeah.
which I don't know whether anyone would have caught, but they would have done a pretty good job to avoid a lot of lobster pots along the way, especially on that coast.
So there was a lot of inshore coastal action in this one. But the last leg, the leg 8 to Lisbon, was all about SCA winning the leg, and then essentially Abu Dhabi basically putting their hand on the trophy of the Volvo Ocean Race. Let's take a look back at those 2 victories.
We're really, really happy. I think all the girls are really proud. It's been a pretty tough leg, even though it was quite short. And yeah, it's great to sail a leg and feel like we didn't really make any mistakes, and that pays off. And I think, yeah, just the proof that all the hard work does pay off, even if you have to wait a long time for that.
Feel on top of the world, Matty. Awesome. Couldn't be better. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! Brilliant.
Just so I can look at the trophy. I never look at the trophy, it's bad luck. I can look at the trophy. No one can take it away from us. I don't think so. Oh, you know, this is a chapter of my life. This has taken 8 years of work, you know, to get to here. And in the Olympics, I took 12 years to get 2 medals. And the America's Cup, I did bits and pieces, never did the full commitment. But you know, it's 8 years of work, and that means I've spent most of those 8 years away from home, away from my kids, away from my wife, and you know, all of a sudden, all of that's worthwhile. And I can't wait to pick up the phone to my wife and kids, and I'm sure someone's going to burst into tears. If it's not them, it'll be me.
Cut it. So that was Abu Dhabi in the dock in the last one. Yep. This is essentially Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing docking in now in The Hague. And as we said, Ian won't be quite as happy here, having not just secured it. He did last time, but I'm sure they'll at least be thrilled to get one night in a real bed.
He will want to get that boat tied up, get his head down, and then just look forward and concentrate on this next second half of the leg. And like, you know, Justin Slattery said, they feel the leg is still quite open. They've already seen that they'll be starting in fairly light conditions, so maybe the leaders won't get away like they would hope.
Yeah.
And he even got top marks for getting Ian Walker's favourite phrase in.
You can see here Justin Slattery in the back just caught the bow line. That was the guy who we were speaking with earlier. Ian doing the reverse. They've all got their different techniques at reversing. I like when they stand the other side of the wheel and just drive it like a bus.
Stand the other side,
Bauer just goes full reverse mode.
Still fairly difficult in all that wind. There's a fair lot of windage on the boat there. So they've got a bow line in, safe.
Next one caught, nice.
And then they'll just crab in closer to the dock.
So let's talk a little bit about the sleep from here, actually. They've basically previously said when they get to shore, it's difficult to sleep again because you're so used to watch systems. You almost sleep in 4-hour shifts. But when you are this tired, when you've been out there for 2.5 days, do you think that's the same, or does it just they hit a bed and they can just go for 8 hours or a solid night?
Justin was just saying that they'd, he hadn't had much sleep. They'd been pushing hard for the last 16 hours. He'd not had any sleep at all. So I'm pretty sure that they'll get to that. There'll be some adrenaline going on.
Yeah.
You know, maybe just get a bit of breakfast and then get some sleep. Yeah, I mean it is going to feel very odd, this little stopover. So, but yeah, I mean, and they'll just be really focusing. The navigator will be up tomorrow, getting the latest grid files, looking at the latest weather. They would have done a little bit of research on this leg prior, but they'll now be getting the final last-minute weather conditions to really plan their attack.
This team, as we just heard, they do their food a bit differently from all the other teams. They don't have the communal food. They also do their navigation a bit differently. They basically have Ian and Sci-Fi on rolling watches between the two of them, 4 minutes. So they drive and are watch captain one watch, and the other one is the other watch, and they essentially do the navigation, share those duties. So the other teams mostly have a dedicated navigator who doesn't do a watch system, and Abu Dhabi seems to have said we're too short-handed otherwise. And I think Sci-Fi is also a good driver and a good trimmer. So so it's quite an interesting way that they do their system. We're trying to get an interview here with Ian Walker and Joe. You can see Ian in the hat in the back here, just talking to Joe. So we will just listen in here on that interview.
So welcome to The Hague. I'm joined with Ian Walker, of course, the skipper of Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing. Ian, it's like one of the shortest legs and it's only halfway through, but there's so much to take into consideration for you and Sci-Fi. I mean, have you enjoyed the intensity of this leg and all the decisions that have had to be made?
I don't think I enjoyed 1 second of that leg. Actually, that's not true. I enjoyed sailing around the lighthouse in northern France. It was very pretty.
So you've come in Agat's here. She's made it just in time. So the positions that you've come in, first of all, two-part question. First of all, are you quite surprised at the spread of the fleet? By the time SCA arrive and investors arrive in, there's going to be about 6 hours spread of the fleet. Are you surprised at that? And also, secondly, do you think it's still all to play for going into Gothenburg?
I haven't looked at the weather in detail, but I mean, I guess whenever you're sailing with a lot of tide and in light winds, you can get quite a big spread. But yeah, I mean, it was well done to Alvimedica. They did really well. I mean, yesterday morning we were 4 miles from them, and today we're 4 hours from them. So it just shows what can happen.
Okay, well, welcome to The Hague, and thank you very much. The start will restart on Saturday, so if anybody is around, the restart starts on Saturday, and the timings that the teams come in from, they will set off in exactly the same time difference in between, and it is going to be around about a 6 hour spread. So this is Abu Dhabi Ocean Racing.
Joe just said a 6 hour spread, but really interesting comment from Ian. He didn't enjoy his second except for the lighthouse.
I'm not surprised. He'll want to be up at the front. You know, they've said, as I said, all the way through, they want podium positions. They don't mind what order that is, but they want to be on the podium. And he'll be disappointed not to be finishing with a better result. And he'll just be loving the fact that this isn't the end of that leg. There's still some fight left in it, some golf left in the hole.
There's still some teams fighting out on the race course. We have Team SCA in about 4.5 miles to the finish line now. Just barely enough light for the helicopter to be flying, but you can see beautiful sailing conditions here. Actually, just gorgeous. And then that looks like more of a Coast Guard rib behind them in their wake. It's not necessarily the safest place for that boat to be, actually. If you have any sort of a wipeout like we saw with MAPFRE earlier, then the boat's got to go full reverse instantly.
Yeah, as long as they're not too far up to windward. I always make sure when I'm following a boat, there's an exit route, and they can get away from that. But yeah, these boats don't have as much stability as other boats of this kind, so the chances of them spinning out is quite high. The keels are reasonably light. That's why the boats lean over as much as they do. The reason that they're light is to actually slow the boats down. In the past, the Volvo 70s were incredibly powerful, real racehorses. And we found in the Southern Ocean and the bigger breeze conditions that they would just fly off the waves. And if you throw anything off a tall enough thing and drop it, off the back of a wave, it's going to break. And so reducing the stability on these boats has been quite essential for making them more sturdy. And this, this you're looking at a boat here that's likely to go around the world again, and that's why they're a little bit more tender. So the teams have also enjoyed, I wouldn't say enjoyed, but had to deal with sailing boats that do wipe out more easily. That's certainly kept the crews on their toes.
It's funny, the girls have a full mainsail up there, it looks like. We know earlier we had Abu Dhabi definitely had reefs in their main, and I think so did Dongfeng, but the girls are, I think, fully main. Doesn't look like any reef, just looks like the wind indicator up top. So maybe the breeze has died a little bit. It looks beautiful and still big waves, but not quite the same amount of white caps as we were seeing when the sun just started to come up. I think now they're only about 2.5 miles to the finish, still doing 18 knots. Getting chased by 2 ribs now and the heli. And as you said earlier, a bit unfortunate for Sam not to do well in her home waters, both Britain and France. She calls her home now because she was born and raised in England, but lives close to Lorient now with her family. And she thought that she would have the ability to have some, amazing. We're just speaking about Sam. Sam, can you hear us? We were talking about the disappointment you might be feeling in this leg, especially after having come off the high of the last leg to now be not quite at the front of the pack here.
Yeah, no, well, the leg's not over yet, first of all, so we're just trying to get as quickly as we can across the timing line, and we've still got another half the leg to go, so yeah, it's frustrating. I'm not sure disappointed or not, because we're happy to be staying with the fleet until we got stuck in no wind last night, and that was a bit frustrating to see Azam sail away and the Vestas sail around us, so a bit of bad luck. So when we were with the fleet, we were happy. I think still downwind we struggled a little bit for speed, but we felt like we were sailing quite well, so I don't think too disappointed.
When that happened last night, was it just the breeze filling in a different, were you guys more inshore or more offshore of those 2 boats, or was it just quite patchy when they were able to get away from you?
Well, we had Azam in front of us who sailed away with pressure, so there was nothing we could do. We just saw them sail away, and the hull caught us up with no wind. And then Vestas kept the breeze, so then they saw us stop and managed to sail around us. And then they got just past us by doing that, and then jibed a little bit before us, and that was enough that they caught the pressure and we didn't. So we were just left there, nothing we could do.
Fair enough.
So Sam, hi, it's Mark here. Welcome to Holland.
Caroline just said the same thing, and we're all taking the mickey out of her. Nice summer weather.
Well, you'll be very pleased to see quite a few supporters on the dock, I'm sure, when you get in.
Okay.
Yeah, you were unfortunate that the tail of the fleet got caught by this lighter condition creeping in behind you, which could have been a lot worse. At least now you've got some breeze to finish with. How much are you looking forward to the next leg? I know you're talking about this leg not being over, which is this is only the first half of the leg 9. How much are you thinking already about the next leg and your opportunities to catch back up?
A little bit, but not too much, because we haven't crossed the line yet, and we've got to get there as quickly as possible. It's not like a normal leg where the positions and the results are already decided. So I think that's our objective, is to try and get there as soon as possible, so we're not starting too far behind, at least Vestas and Azam. And then for sure, this leg's been so busy, we haven't had time to eat or sleep, let alone really think about beyond the finish line in Scheveningen. So Libby and I talked about it a little bit just a couple of hours ago, but I think that's the mission for the next the next 24 hours, is to look at that and see how we're going to be sailing differently to Alvimedica, because I think it could be that we don't even take the same route because we've got the traffic separation zones to avoid. So it might mean that we have totally different weather than the leaders in this leg, and so we've got to know how we're going to sail our race. Maybe it's going to be not very similar to how the leaders are going to sail, and see if we can have any strategy. There's probably nothing to lose, so if there's any risk to take, we'll probably have a look at that and see if there's any way that we can manage to climb back.
That's a really good point about the fact that you've got nothing to lose, therefore you can do something more risky and change things around. Do stop us when you get near the finish and call us through the finish.
We're seeing that they're about a mile and a half, I think, so we can let you give us more exact answers, but at this point we still have you for another couple minutes. Was that in your thought process as well when you had the...
I can see...
Oh, you can see 2 marks.
Yeah, no, I can see the entrance, but I can't see the finish.
Perfect.
I'm too small.
You can't see over the cabin top. I was going to ask if the rolling of the dice was why you guys attempted the tidal gate earlier as well. We talked about it a couple days ago. But was that part of the thought process on that?
No, that was just because we really discussed that was our strategy of getting through there, and we thought that was probably the best way through. And I think in a way we made gains there. So that wasn't us taking a risk at all. That was just us trying to do the best we could. That was way too early on in the leg to be thinking about doing that. So no, that was just the best way we thought was the best way through, and we knew it was going to be tricky, and we knew that neither way was going to be
Fair
easy.
enough.
So that wasn't any risk taking.
Gotcha.
So Sam, what's the mood on board? I mean, you've got a smile on your face. What's the overall mood on board?
Overall mood is good. I think everyone knows that we had a really good leg last leg. We're still learning. We're happy to be with the fleet. And we really enjoyed that close racing for the whole leg until just a couple of hours ago. So and then it's just been full on, and everyone's been giving everything, and we are all completely knackered. Well, I think that's the finish mark.
Yeah.
Just going through it now. I can see the committee boat. So no, I think everyone's tired and happy, but frustrated as well to not be closer to the rest of the fleet. There we go. Finish! I'm going to leave you because we've got to drop the sails.
Excellent, Sam. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to Holland. There we go. Perfect. Caught her right at the finish.
Well, I'm so pleased that they're happy and philosophical, and I really like that idea of, because they recognise they're so far behind on a decent amount of time behind, that they might actually have some great options not open to the other teams leaving in potentially very, very different wind conditions.
I felt a little bit like that as well in the last leg. They essentially, the rest of the fleet let Vestas and SEA take a different route to the rest of the fleet because they are not quite in the playing field on the scoreboard, and so the rest of them covering each other went a different way, and for them it worked out last time. It might, again, as you say, if they're able to go a different path.
I mean, we can look at the tide times even. If the leaders leave in negative tide, and by the time SCA get on the line, the tide becomes favourable. That's been like the leader's been on a negative conveyor belt all that time. So there's lots and lots of opportunities for this trailing fleet.
It looks like the delta for SCA was 4 hours 32 minutes, so just 28 minutes behind Vestas Wind, and literally only 40 minutes behind Abu Dhabi, so it's not too hard. Even just one bad sail change could be 20 minutes in this next leg. And as they're all saying, it might be quite light on the Saturday. So as Charlie wanted, he'd rather start with an hour and 45 minutes and 25 knots to get a lot of legs out than have to do that in short.
Now on our channels, I know we put out our opinions on the weather forecast, so look out for that. We'll be advertising that, what we're expecting for this second half of leg 9. So that'll shape a lot of what we have to expect for the next leg.
That was Team SCA across the finish line. Now we have Team Vestas Wind getting into the dock here. They finished this. They essentially paused this leg in 6th place. That's a better way of saying it. Pause, but still clearly plenty of fans, or at least a loud fan club. Now that it's 6 in the morning, it might be a new fan club from the people who were around last night. A very wet Peter Wibrow on the back of the boat there.
The boys are back in town.
Peter had a great quote this leg. He said, lots of kelp, Alan. They call Brian Carlin Alan. Lots of kelp, Alan, lots of kelp, and we're not even in Holland yet. He gets it. He's from around here. So this is the Danish team, Team Vestas Wind. And of course their story this whole race has been their grounding on the Karhadas shoals back in November.
Seems a long time ago.
Ages.
Smiles on their faces.
Nicholson in the back there, the skipper.
Tony Ray, just letting the hydraulics off.
Bright orange bowman on the starboard side there, that's Simeon Tiancon.
So again, reiterate the fact that they can just tie the boats up and nothing more. Any repairs needing doing, the crew have got to do it. Nothing comes on the boat, nothing comes off the boat apart from the crew. And then this is just literally a timing gate pit stop. And then it all starts again on Saturday,
And
up to Gothenburg.
Simeon, who we were just seeing there, the tall bowman, he is from the Netherlands. So he'll feel a bit at home, even if it's only for 24 hours. Nico doesn't look like he's ready to be interviewed yet. Sitting on the far side of the boat, letting the hydraulics off, but not ready to have this full conversation yet.
Tony Ray, and there's Knut.
Knut's looking like he's dried off a bit since he was out on the water earlier. Here we go, now we can see Simeon in the back in the orange. Tony Ray, a bit of a race legend as well.
Absolute race legend.
Kiwi race legend.
In both the Volvo Ocean Race, the Whitbread, and the America's Cup. And one of the nicest guys in yachting. And not a bad guitar player. He leads the way on the Volvo Ocean Race band.
He does. He leads the way as well, essentially in all of the sailing world with his guitar skills. He's amazing.
And,
Okay, so welcome back down onto the dock, and I'm joined with Simeon. Simeon, welcome home. You're bringing Team Vestas Wind to your home country. How does it feel sailing into the Netherlands?
I can't deny that when I saw the light tower at Oudorp, basically I was almost born there. When I saw that shining last night, my heart started beating a little bit faster.
And what about the crowds here as well? I mean, it's 5:30 in the morning or something ridiculous. There's people been camping out all night just to come and welcome the teams in. What do you think to that?
Yeah, fantastic. Already when we were coming in as well, people cheering us up, and yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. It shows the spirit of the people, how much we love sailing in this country.
So it looked, I'll let Nico kind of finish doing everything on board the boat, but it looked a little bit like, from the footage that was coming off the boat, that you guys were almost a little bit frustrated that there weren't that many options to be able to overtake and to pass on this leg.
Yeah, to be really honest, I was feeling a little bit like we were stuck in a swamp, you know, and the harder you work, sometimes the deeper you get in, and we were fighting for it all the way from the beginning. But yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes you have to be lucky or unlucky, or maybe we didn't see it always the right way. But yeah, we stayed close, and but we committed as well to the French coast. And but I think, you know, looking back at it, I think we all did our best. So it's a good feeling, and it will be a super sprint to Gothenburg and see if we can overtake them.
Yeah, actually, Nikolai, talking about the French coast, talking about the French coast, come here a second. I saw your video online comparing the French coast with the English coast as Agat and I are stood here together. It didn't really seem like your option for the French coast paid out quite as well as what you thought. Maybe next time when you're comparing English and French, you might need to... if you didn't see the video, Nikolai compared French and English attributes, and women were one of them. No, I'm only joking. So it seemed like it was quite a lot, even though a couple of days, quite a stressful leg. Have you guys got any sleep at all?
Yeah, we got a bit of sleep, but no, it's been a stressful leg, and we had to make some tough decisions. So it wasn't easy, but no, we got some sleep. But yeah.
Do you think it's all still to play for going into the second part, starting on Saturday?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're still only halfway, and if you can gain this in one half leg, you can do it again in the other. And we're going through Denmark, and no one knows how tricky that is except us. So yeah, we still have a lot to play for, and we can catch up. Absolutely.
And do you think that going through Denmark and that local knowledge really, really will pay off?
It sounds better if I say yes, but not really. I think all the other teams know how to go through Skagen. It's not that hard. So, but yeah, I'll say yes just to make it sound better.
Okay, well, welcome back to the dock. It's nice to see you guys. Welcome back, Team Vestas Wind.
This is Salty as well, another legend. Another Kiwi legend. They have a boat full of legend and then some young guys.
And the young guys must be so pleased and so lucky to be sailing with these guys, and they will be learning so much. And we saw that on the first leg from Alicante to Cape Town, how much the young guys enjoyed and learned from the old hats in this business.
Well, the old hats in this business are a lot of the guys on board the boats. The women's team, of course, a bit less experience in the Volvo Ocean Race. That's the point of the team, to get experience back in offshore sailing. We will take a quick break. Actually, I'm thinking we're not going to take a quick break. We're going to see the scoreboard here, and then we'll take a quick break before Team SCA comes back to the dock. But here's the scoreboard as it stands, counting towards the Saturday restart. Team Alvimedica being the ones who start at midday, the rest of the fleet following with those times. So you can get out there and support your favorite team if you're in Holland and the Netherlands, or if you're in Europe and can get there by Saturday. Otherwise, we'll be streaming it live online as well. For now, we'll take a quick break. We will be back to welcome in Team SCA to the dock.
outstrip. That's good, just carry on like that.
See, we've got Team SCA approaching the dock in The Hague. Had a little bit of time taking their mainsail down there, but now they're getting in, and quite a large fan base still for it being 6:40 in the morning, both here in Alicante and there in The Hague. Here we go with the final reverse in. I think it's Sam Davies, skipper of Team SCA, on the helm. Actually, no, Abby Ehler, boat captain. On the back there, navigator Libby Greenhoff, quite buttoned up, she must be cold.
Yeah, we've been saying all the way through that it's been a navigator's leg. Caroline recognising people on the dock.
Caroline, the Dutch sailor on board. Although I think she speaks 6 languages.
Yeah, it's amazing how many languages she does speak.
You can hear their team song as well, which they recorded their own personal version of. Quite cool. They've got it up on YouTube. There's Caroline, the Dutch sailor. She's also their driver for the import series, and often the leg starts.
So I was really pleased to see Sam feeling so upbeat and really recognising that they've got plenty of options on the second half of this leg, and they're really relishing the idea of getting back out racing, looking to pass some boats.
Got their spare sailors on the dock there as well. Sarah Heistarter, we just saw in vision. Dee Kafari here somewhere also.
And of course, this is the crew that they'll set off again. No crew changes.
Caroline giving a kiss to her son and her husband, who's an Olympic sailor as well, Darren Bundock. A catamaran legend.
Yeah. Oh, just hold it about here, yeah?
So that's the fleet safe and sound all in.
This is Liz Wordley in the pink hat. We saw some great images of her up the mast yesterday. I guess it was just yesterday morning as they were rounding the northern tip of England. She was looking for wind. There wasn't a lot of wind where they were, so they sent her up. She looks very at home up at the top of the mast as well. There's Sarah, who we were just talking about, one of the crew who rotates in, but she's been off for this leg. Annie Lush and Sally Barca, both Olympic match racers, and they've raced together as well, and I think won a world championship together in match racing. Here's Jo. She'll be interviewing Caroline, the Dutch sailor.
Look at this turnout. It's been like this all night, you know. The support here is just amazing. How does it feel coming into home?
Yeah, it's awesome to be back. It's awesome to be back in Scheveningen in Den Haag. Been away for 2.5 years. So it's nice to come through the finish line, bear away, and point the boat at home. So yeah, nice to be back. Thanks for all turning up so early. Sorry about the timing.
And Annalena said in one of the blogs that it was the safest option for you to take the southern route, but it did look like it was the right route to take, and Alvimedica just got through there. Was that quite frustrating to see them kind of take off?
Well, first of all, well done to the Alvimedica boys. They sailed a really, really nice race. They played it really smart, and they had awesome boat speed. So, they took off immediately. And, we sort of knew there was going to be a split at the Dover TSS. And, we chose the south side and a couple of boats to the north. But, Alvimedica managed to stay ahead. So, they proved and well-deserved finish for them.
So this is a game of two halves, a race of two halves. You've still got a lot of ground to cover. What is it that Richard said? There's still a lot of golf in that hole. Is that his term? I'm not really sure whether I've got that right. But do you feel that? Do you feel like you can regroup back on land here and then come back on Saturday and really kind of go for it for the second part and the final part of this adventure?
For sure. I mean, there's still a lot to play for, and the finish into Gothenburg for sure is going to be tricky. And we do have to gain a few miles. We're behind now, but we've got the name of being the comeback kid, so we'll be showing something in the next couple of days into Gothenburg for sure.
Can you in Dutch maybe give some words for your fans?
Yeah. Hallo allemaal, het is heerlijk om weer terug te zijn in Scheveningen na zo'n lange tijd. Meer dan 2,5 jaar. Bedankt voor het mooie weer. Ik hoop dat het morgen of overmorgen beter wordt. Maar zalig om weer terug te zijn en hartstikke bedankt voor de opkomst. En sorry voor de timing.
Dankjewel. Thank you very much, Caroline. I'll let you go with Kyle now. Ladies, welcome back to The Hague. Welcome to The Hague. So everybody, on Saturday, there's loads of stuff going on in the village. It's open for the next couple of days. We're only here on the pit stop.
So that was Caroline, as we've said, the Dutch sailor, and giving some great words there to the Dutch audience and hopefully Dutch audience online. Next, they will be leaving essentially for Sweden.
Staggered start, yeah.
Saturday, the staggered start starts at midday. Team Alvimedica gets to start at noon. The rest in order from there. And this is the route they'll leave. They have left Lorient. That was the beginning of this leg. They now will leave The Hague. And they could go two ways around this TSS zone. They could go out to the middle as our green route shows, or they could possibly take the coastal route. We're not quite sure what the weather routing says yet for that. And we know it's about 460 miles left from there to the finish. The final finish of the Volvo Ocean Race in Gothenburg. As we've said as well, the restart is Team Alvimedica starting at midday. Then the rest of them follow in the order that they finished here tonight. It is Alvimedica, followed by Dongfeng race team. We'll get the times up for you in just a second. Then it'll be MAPFRE, then Team Brunell. We've got those times here, but it's Alvimedica starting at midnight. Dongfeng race team an hour 46 minutes later, MAPFRE at 2 hours 20 minutes later, and then down the line from there. So make sure if you can get out on the water, or if you can get into The Hague, or just to watch online, we'll be starting with Team Alvimedica following the rest of the fleet as they leave on this restart. Basically, it has been an incredible first half of this leg 9, an incredible first half. Coastal racing, rocky shorelines, lots of current. Of course, that huge split in the English Channel, which Alvimedica just managed to squeeze out from the south, while the north then paid, and then the rest of the south. But an amazing split for such a short leg. And the first time that Team Alvimedica has been able to cross the line first, not quite the finish line yet, but at least on an offshore race, their first time of crossing the line. And essentially, as Charlie said, it's only halftime now. So we will be starting with the restart on Saturday at midnight. For now, that's it from us. Thank you, Mark. Thanks to everyone here and everyone in The Hague. And thank you all for joining us online for such a long night. We'll see you all on Saturday.